Got YouTube up. Say hi, YouTube. Anyway, I wanted to like cook a little bit and start working on some more builds and these kind of things. I have like some document with like notes from like a few weeks ago when I started working on this, but then never really finished. PTR? No, there's no PTR, guys. There will be no. The expansion launches in 16 days, guys. There's no PTR. This here is just footage that I recorded back in January when I was in the US. I think it's this here. Yeah. Okay. Hello. What's up? Oh. 16 days too soon. I don't feel rested enough. Yeah, it is very little time, man. And I have a bunch of stuff to prep still. TLI cooking. Yeah, TLI, I mean, I'm gonna play some Carino. I think that's kind of locked in. I'll see like what are the options. I'll check it out like right before TLI, I guess, and then just decide on a build. What will I do in PoE 2 later? I haven't really played 0.4, so it's kind of like my last chance now to do it before the expansion, and then we have 0.5, so I just want to like play the game a little bit since I have barely played it in like the last half year. Is the Warlock gonna be as strong as Paladin? I don't know. I mean, realistically, there's like potential for all classes to be ridiculous, thanks to whole new skill trees and stuff. Okay, I found my document here. So I have like most of the different skills here timestamped from this video, where we see the things, but I should maybe look a little bit around for like large gaps, like here, for example. I basically want to try to find like a timestamp for like every single ability that I used, because I never really did like a session where I was just like standing in a training dummy room and then going like, methodically, skill by skill, so I kind of have to piece it together whenever I want to try to show any footage. But actually I have like a relatively good list here already. Let's see if there's like some big stuff missing. Okay. Actually, I have pretty much everything. I think this is fine. I just need to leave this open here on the side. Okay. We do have the Warlock skill tree on Maxwell, by the way. So here's everything. I mean, the plan is going to get a bit of like a revamp, actually, of the expansion. I had a few meetings with our devs. We're going to do quite some updates here to make this like more user-friendly and stuff. It's going to be good. But yeah, we have everything here already, so I want to cook a little bit. What X Blue Star to follow for the 4 news now? Used to follow Adam for most news. I don't know actually. Like, I don't think I have like such a centralized like Twitter account anymore, like Adam. I think they mostly took Adam's job and kind of like split it up between like the remaining community managers. Looking forward to trying the Lunatic build on launch. There's like this chicken witch doctor style build basically. Actually, do I have that link somewhere? There was like this warlock, this post. I need to find this deck. There was like a description of some uniques and stuff. Honest soul fragments. Yeah, I think it's just this post here. Here we go. Okay. Animals faster than you sometimes. Yes. So here, I just copy pasted this over to unique. So Cage of Madness is the one where you can do like a chicken witch doctor from the other three. So you transform into a lunatic. And you spawn mini lunatics. Yeah, this is basically exactly the chicken witch doctor. Still no word on pre-expansion campfire. Yeah, I imagine it's gonna be like right before. I mean, it's 2.5 weeks now, so I guess they might do it like in the final week before launch or something like that. Like from 20th onward, maybe. And usually announce it like a few days in advance or so, right? This is gonna be a very important item, I think, for many builds. Because this allows you to spend resources for jumping with Rampage. Rampage is like a mobility skill. It's like either this big demon that smashes or you jump. And that is kind of huge, I think. I think anything of the primes will probably go into like every single core skill build, just because of the mobility. Because Warlock doesn't really have super good mobility. You have this Nether Step, and you have the jump, and that's it. And Nether Step has relatively long cooldown. And it's also like not super smooth. And then the jump is based on resources. And I think it needs like 8 seconds of resource generation to get it back or something. Actually, can we see the cost here? Rampage. I guess it might actually cost 10 even. I thought 8, but okay, apparently it's 10. Yeah, so this is 10 seconds, and this is not affected by resource cost reduction as far as I know. So it's, oof. Will I switch to PoE 2 if it launches on 8th of May or stick with D4? I mean, I might play like launch day a little bit or something, but 8th of May is like way too early to swap games, especially with the expansion. So I'm planning to do like, you know, full, at the very least, entire May, only D4 basically or so. So yeah, this is mostly also why I want to play some PoE 2 later, like the next 2 days or so. We have Torchlight in 4 days, realistically in 5 days for me, because it launches at a shitty time. So Friday for me, I will be playing on Torchlight a little bit, Friday, Saturday, Sunday maybe. Yeah, and then we're kind of close to a D4 expansion anyway. Are we reviewing footage? No, this is my own footage here right now. This is just like B-roll basically. And I might look up how some things actually work and stuff. But there's no new footage that I know of. Was I planning to play PoE 2 for like 4 months? Yeah, okay, so we had the December launch, which was 4 months ago. That was exactly 4 months now. And yeah, okay, then season 11 was a huge. We played that for a lot, and then we basically went straight to season 12, right? There was not really too much time in between because I just played season 11 so much. Like I think I played season 11 like, I don't know, 600 hours or something. So that was a lot. So that kind of, and then we had like last Epoch now and, you know, other stuff. Season 12 could have been an email. Yeah, I mean, I still had fun for like 2 weeks. I think it was still kind of a blast. How's it going? It's going good. How much toughness is recommended for Torment 4? I think softcore you can probably get away with like 100 to 200k. I don't know, hardcore maybe double. When is lunch? For most people around noon. Anyway. D4 for the Hall of May, I think it will have enough content. I mean, this is going to be minimum the Hall of May for me. So there'll be a lot of stuff to do, yeah. I mean, if you play like one character, you're definitely going to be done earlier. But, you know, I'm not going to just play a Warlock, right? I'm going to play a Warlock, and then I make a Spiritborn, and then I make a Rogue, and then I make a Paladin, and then I make a Barb, and then I make a Necro, and then I make a Sork, and then I make a Druid. And suddenly 2 months are over. And of course, all the fishing achievements. But yeah, I mean, for me, the plan would be to play every class once in season 13. So that I want to do that. Of course, you're gonna focus the most on the Warlock at the start because that's the most, you know, hype and the most new and a lot of stuff to explore there. I want to be on top of the builds and so on. And then I guess like something like a quarter or a third of my playtime is gonna be like Warlock, like the first like 2-3 weeks or something. And then we're probably gonna start working on other classes. So that's kind of the strat right now. And I mean, I guess just kind of getting through the game will probably be like pretty much the entire first week, you know, just like getting to Torment 12 and, you know, doing all the Uber bosses and do Uber Mephisto and whatever, right? So that alone, like, you know, trying out the wall plan stuff, you know, there's like, you know, 1,000 combinations to explore. So I'm just wondering when you think Alter is going to be revealed. Last time I checked, around 16 days from now. Seeing Mephisto in the trailer was all I needed to see the hype. Yeah, dude, Mephisto is fucking badass. Like the Paladin trailer was cool, and then like this cutscene they posted, kind of cool. Gonna be softcore or hardcore? I'll be on hardcore. Heartsiger and Ezadora login. Yeah, let's see if those two builds even exist anymore. Druid set with the bears, yeah. Rogue set with God the Age, that's gonna be fun. If prep is still a thing and Sork only has Isadora, I'll crash out. Oh no. Yeah, that would be the worst case scenario. Yeah, they have to do something about preparation. I think the main problem that preparation has is that it resets everything all the time, right? I think that's really the main culprit. Because it makes for these like really weird spammy builds. Like, you know, they have like people macro their concealment and, you know, this kind of bullshit. So it's really bad. How are they really gonna bring back calm points in a cool way? If I'm torn 12 and I have king hordes after 2 days, I'm done. Yeah, well, on the Warlock, I don't expect to AFK very much anywhere. And the thing is, again, remember, we're gonna have War Plants trees now, right? And this means there's probably gonna be like some crazy stuff going on in hordes. Like, you know, if there's something like the hordes that we have now, with like the butcher spawning or something like that, you can't AFK them anymore, right? I mean, technically you can, the base version or something, right? But I guess the base version will just not be relevant, right? You want to juice it up. You want to have the wall plans features and so on. Just like now, like you can't really do like the like AFK hordes, at least not on a higher difficulty. I mean, it depends a bit on the reward scaling, right? So, for example, when it comes to XP farming, yeah, going on like Torment 1 or Torment 2 bloodied hordes and AFKing them is still fine. Because the XP scales so little from Torment to Torment, right? And if that remains this way, then yeah, okay, I can farm XP, I suppose. But I also expect that the like general loot scaling from Torment to Torment is going to be much more significant now. Like we saw, for example, in the IGN video yesterday, they did a stronghold on Torment 2, and like 15 items dropped or something like that, or across the entire thing, including 10 from the boss. And there was not a single legendary. They were all blue and yellow and white. So that is definitely like a big indicator, I think. If they mess up wall plans, default becomes a horde simulator. Nothing beats sitting in one room spamming. Yeah, I mean, there's basically like two components to the wall plans, right? There's like the tree, and then there is the actual like activity choice, right? So here, that's what this looks like. So here you choose what you do, and there's like this kind of like, you know, flow chart, right? So here there's like Helltide, Labos, Pit. So you choose one of those three, and then it goes into a mandatory Helltide, and then you choose one of those three, and then depending on which path you take, you have this or this option, and so on, right? And then you do them in that order, basically. Or you reroll it. There's a new plan button, which will probably, you know, cost some sort of resource. And then you kind of can do what you want, but not entirely. And you know, as long as they juice this part up enough, you will not sit in the same Infernal Hordes room all day long, right? They just need to attach good enough rewards to this system here. And that's it. That's all you need. Yeah, you just need to juice this up enough that you don't run a random dungeon and then the same dungeon 1,000 times over again. You know, it needs to be just good enough that whatever you do here is going to be better than just repeating the same shit. How do you know to get on the right tree? It's right there, 7. So I suppose you get... It looks like he has 1 allocated, so it looks like you get 8 points. Yeah. It might be 8 points. If they get it right, it's good variety. If it goes wrong, it's hordes all day, every day. I don't know. I mean, this assumes that we have the butchers and the hordes as we do now, right? Like, hordes by themselves are not super rewarding without the bloodied horde stuff. I don't think that hordes is like necessarily like a particularly good place to farm anything right now, outside of Scroll of Restoration. And, you know, all the rewards are going to be shuffled and like changed and rebalanced. You know, just for the fact alone that there's 12 torments now, they're going to change all the rewards everywhere, right? Because they have to scale it up. So if Horde is going to be good or not, I mean, we have no fucking idea. We have no idea if Pit is going to be... Realistically, Pit, I think, is going to be quite a good place. Because I expect a relatively massive Pit overhaul. You know, a bit more similar to, like, mapping. But yeah, I mean, we'll see, I guess. We got 70, they changed to 60, now giving us back 70. No. It used to be, well, 50/100. And then 60/Paragon. And then 70/Paragon. Have any idea when PoE 2 0.5 will be? I expect the 8th of May. think combo points should just work like WoW. In WoW, you don't always go for 5 points. You're more flexible. Your generous are your main abilities and not the user's attack. Yeah, I'm not sure if that will happen. And I don't think the combo points necessarily have to work like WoW. I think it's okay. The way they work in D4. It's just that it's just kind of so worthless to try to do anything with them, right? Which was the most fun build on Paladin? Is there any meta progression I should do now before the release? I don't think there's really like anything that you have to unlock now that, you know, would help you later or something. But just keep an eye on the priority quests. There's a bunch of things like unlock Infernal Hordes. You have to do like one time, like a quest line. Unlock another City of Curas. That's like through the campaign and so on. Hey, Ignition. Most fun build on Paladin. I'd say you should try Wing Strike. It's very good, very fast, very strong, very chill. It's like the #1 build that we have for Season 12 on the Taylor's right now. Yo, Anna K. Graders, holy. Welcome, guys. Thank you so much. Happy Easter, I guess. Warlock, yes. Yeah, I was like talking about expansion stuff. And yeah, I wanted to prepare some planners slowly and these kind of things. Yeah, welcome everyone. Hope you had a wonderful stream. We're just getting started today. The skill tree looks a bit bigger. It's a lot bigger actually. So we actually have like kind of like a fake tree here on the planner. Here we actually have it open right now. But yeah, this tree is a lot bigger now. When I cooked, there was the no paladin class quest to unlock class mechanic. There is no quest actually. No longer a skill twig. It's actually very cool. Like the amount of combinations and like the number of like solutions to like various problems and stuff is definitely like way higher. And you will definitely be able to like play a similar build, but with like, you know, 3 different skills on your bar that do different things. Or something like that. It's gonna be cool. Expansion launch, 3rd attack speed cap. Oh no, dude. Who's playing this? This is me 3 months ago, playing the Warlock. Do you understand this right? It's happening for all classes, no passes? Yes. Everyone's gonna have a skill tree like this. But you haven't seen the other classes. Yeah, they only allowed us to show the Warlock here. I think Warlock will be the mass pet beast that Necro never was. I mean, Necro can have quite a lot of minions. How many minions do you want? But yeah, Warlock will have options to play completely with no demons, to play with like maybe 1 big guy or 2 big guys, or just have like mass swarmers. So, you know, there's plenty of options. I think most Warlock builds will include one of their Soul Shard demons because you just kind of get it for free and they have like relatively impactful effects. So here, this is this guy. Like, ignore the little fallen dudes right now. They're just like for my left click. They're not necessarily really important here, but this guy, the floating dude, this is the Soul Shard demon. This is called Valok from the Ritualist Shard. That's the 4th one. And whenever you press the button, you get like, what do you get? I think like overpower charges and some stuff like that. I don't remember the exact wording actually. Grand Summon Valok skill. Do we have it actually? We actually don't have Valok here. Oops. We should maybe add that. Also, there's a typo. It says Volok. Isn't it called Valok? Okay, anyway, but yeah, you have like some overpower stuff here. And I think there's like some other sort of boost when you press it. And I think you can also like absorb some of the damage you take or something. So there's some stuff like that. Is overpower back? Yeah, overpower works differently now. It has like stacks that you spend, basically. Actually, it might show here when I mouse over this. Let's see. Actually, it's called Volok. That's correct, actually. So I was saying it wrong. Summon Volok. Okay. It's all about the Wurmge, the Lalish. Yeah, Lalish seems very nice as well. Is Bloodlands Necro back? Yeah, back is a very strong word here. But yeah, I would definitely expect. Like, in general, I would expect everything that has been forever terrible. I would expect those things to now be viable. So this is like the baseline. And okay, they might not hit the exactly the mark on everything, right? And some builds will end up being stronger or whatever. But I would expect the fundamental flaws of everything to be fixed, right? Like Bloodlands is just fundamentally flawed in like 7 different ways. So no one is playing it. And, you know, the same with like charge bolts and whatever. So we do expect that there's going to be like options to play any build, or any skill at least, in some variation. Ritualist is the Exploding Pentagram spec. Yeah, basically Ritualist is like one of the 4 class archetypes that includes the sigils and the explosions and stuff, yeah. And there's also like one of the shards is called like this, basically here. So I have this here, there's Legion, Vanguard, Mastermind, Ritualist. So basically in terms of class design, those are the 4 categories. But Ritualist includes like all kinds of stuff. Yeah. Ritualist is all about doing your own stuff. Yeah, basically. Yeah, Legion is basically like summon a lot of guys. Then, what is this? Vanguard. So that's basically like you are like in the combat, like you transform into demon and stuff like that. This is like all of the transformation stuff. Mastermind is like the kind of like, shadow caster shenanigans. You're like in the back, maybe have some demons in the front, or maybe just like stealthing around. And then you have Ritualist, which is like the big explosions, the fire stuff, the sigils. So yeah, kind of like that. I miss Fawn's Barb. Yeah, I wonder what they're gonna do about Fawn's Barb actually, since Fawn's Barb is like entirely based on the key passive and there's no key passives anymore. Are you saying you can charge Penshot now? That would be cool. I mean, I gave them that idea at some point, after like, the 2nd or the 3rd Eaglehorn rework, and I said, guys, this shit sucks, do something, basically. So how about something like charge up your Penshot and you go Kamehameha? And that found a lot of reception, at least on like the feedback that I gave. So we'll see. Yo, Toffa, thanks for this 31 sub, by the way. Penshot should work like snipe in PoE. Yeah, something like that. At least like one of the variations would be kind of cool to do that. Or some other sort of like, big Kamehameha shot, right? Ritualist will be the default best option. I mean, in terms of like the class mechanic choice, yeah, you have this combo in particular here, Ritualist Shard and then Abyssal Fragment. As long as you get the Hex up and running really fast, which you can do in various ways, you get a 100% damage echo. At least for like non-speed farming, like where stuff doesn't like instantly evaporate. This is by far the strongest effect here, I think. But again, keep in mind, these numbers are like 3 months old, right? So maybe this is also going to be adjusted because it just seems like way too strong anyway. There's potential to chain react that echo. Yeah, with spaghetti code, anything is possible, I guess. But let's hope that's not gonna happen. You only saw slow gameplay from Warlock. Yeah, because we're like level 40 here. And no one has even played the class before this, right? So it's like, okay, no one has any clue what's going on. We don't have any items. We just have like some default gear, nothing was dropping. Yeah, so what do you expect? Fell Soothsayer, execute shenanigans. Oh man. Yeah, please not. There's one thing I talked about earlier, which will make this class very fast. So at the very least, every core skill build will very much like this unique here, Anathema of the Primes, which allows you to spend resources for your Arc Fiend skills. And one of them includes the jump. It's basically like leap from Barb. And you know how bars are leaping around and like giga fast and do like 1 minute pin runs? So you basically just gonna slot this thing in, and then you're gonna do like a 1 minute pin runs like this, I think. Unleashing the Fiery Pac-Mans looks fun. The ult here? Yeah, that's the, what is it? Terror Swarm ult. Kinda funny. This firing looks strong. Yeah, I think I can actually make a build around this. There is like 3 or 4 separate skills that basically allow you to just like activate them, and then you walk, you become like a walking death ball. So you're probably gonna make some sort of like a, walking death ball build or something for that, if that actually turns out to be good enough. Where do you find these uniques? They are like on the there's like a page they posted. Right. Here. This was like a few weeks ago. You can scroll down, there's like a bunch of uniques. I think they're gonna delete Condemnation. What I would like Condemnation to do is every core skill now spends only 1 combo point, but counts as consuming 3. So basically I want to like charge up 1, 2, 3 and then release 3, 1, 2, 3. Or I charge up 1, 2 and then release 1, 2. Or, I kind of like choose the cadence, It remains like a 1-1 cycle, but I can choose how many times in a row I want to do it. So that will be my dream for a combo point for Condemnation, basically. And the expansion season will drop. It's in 16 days. Didn't just come out of Paladin. Yeah, it was 4 months ago. And Wild Coordination? I think Wild Coordination combo points can stay as they are. Like, the thing is that you think, okay, like, Coordination is pretty crazy. Like, now you have to only cast 1 basic skill to get a full 3 combo points core. But previously you were casting 3. But also previously you struggled with resources too much anyway, right? Like, combo points are naturally very efficient in the early game, and then they can like fall off once you solve for resources, and once you have like, you can just spam everything infinitely and so on. And then preparation kind of pulls ahead, and then you never look back. So Coordination being like a very powerful late game combo point tool is fine. When the season started? The current one started like a month ago? Almost? No, not sure exactly actually. Nice teleport try. Yeah, they don't they don't let you out. We were confined to Nahantu in Nahantu dungeons. But I tried. I even tried with like opening a nightmare dungeon and teleporting to that, but it didn't work either. Nasty. What are the other uniques that we actually have here in this list? Let me see. So this is the Chicken Witch Doctor, basically. Okay. I mean, that's just gonna be like its own build, basically. You find this thing and you can play with Chicken Witch Doctor. But is that gonna be good? I don't know. I don't really trust it. So we'll see. Litany of Sable is basically just like a big Dreadclaws item. I think Dreadclaws is gonna be very good either way, with and without the unique. That might in fact even be my starter, so we'll see. Dreadclaws is a skill I like very much. You have the Card of Malefic Torment, Hex dooms enemies below a threshold of life, maintaining the hex. Yeah, this seems like kind of whatever. Depends on like how much damage this does, but it's like Doom is like a basic skill. And I don't really expect much of basic skills right now, to be honest. Besides Hellion Sting with the Eviscerate. Lurid Pact. The ambush is increased damage. Each enemy or demon killed by damage increases the size of the brute and it smashes. That is nice. So I was thinking about making an Eviscerate focused build. Eviscerate is like a new keyword that is basically you apply a gigantic bleed and you reap like 20% of the existing bleed instantaneously. And then you can kind of reapply it, and then it kind of like does some instant damage, and the rest is bleed again, and so on. And it kind of builds up, but you also take more out. And Rampage can do that. There's like those two different application sources for Eviscerate. That is also something that I have on my mind here. This starts with this here, Hellion Sting, plus 40% chance to Eviscerate. And this is kind of like, it's the basic skill, so you can spam this. And then you can do this. And this is actually an extremely effective combo. So I expect that to be super good for leveling up at the very least. And it's gonna melt all the bosses and stuff. And then Rampage is kind of like the late game follow-up for this. Because you have this big demon, Rampage is this guy. Where do you have some clip maybe? Seems like I don't actually have Rampage here. This big guy here. This is the Rampage dude. So he can also do Eviscerate. He can do this in AoE. There's a 100% chance to Eviscerate elites. So if you're like farming at a difficulty where like one Eviscerate is just enough to kill elites, that's gonna be like perfect. Because he just like casts this guy into a pack and he will apply the Eviscerate to everything, and that's it. It was kind of hard to like really see this here because we were playing on normal difficulty. What kind of patch notes are we looking at? There's not patch notes, it's just like notes that I have here. So these are timestamps from my video where I try different skills and stuff. You need to buy a new expansion, 100 USD. No, it's actually 40. Was the already skill tree released? This is because we played it. So we had the Warlock skill tree here in this test, for example. So here, so you know, we just have all the tooltips, and we just made it in the planner. This doesn't look exactly like the skill tree. You know, this is not exactly in the same order and stuff, but it's like close enough, basically. But once the expansion actually comes out and we can data mine it, then we will have, you know, like the one-to-one, the same skill tree. So right now this is all made by hand, basically. What aspects are gonna stay? You're assuming something like Blade Dance is gonna be in a tree? Yeah, I mean, the best example is Paladin, right? Look at what Paladin has for aspects. There's not a single skill-specific aspect. Everything is super generic. There's like Holy and Fire damage plus 70%. And there's Disciple skills plus 70%. And there's justice skills plus 80%. And then there's like, I don't know, the Thorns thing and, this kind of stuff. So all the legendaries are like very generic boosts. And on the other hand, the uniques are actually the more specialized options now, right? So look at this here. So here have like the Cage of Madness, this is for Lunatic. Here's Litany of Sable, this is for Draclaws. There's Call of Malefic Torment, which is for Doom. There's Lurid Pact, which is for Rampage. And so on, right? So it's like a pretty clear shift here, I think. And it's similar with the Paladin as well, right? I mean, there's definitely generic uniques as well, like Anathema of the Primes. This is just like all core skills. In fact, you want to have multiple core skills, which I kind of like. So that's a cool idea. And there are reasons to use some core skills as like some sort of like a supportive tool. And like Paladin as well. Paladin has Griswolds, right? Paladin has what are the other like generic items there on the Paladin? The Argent Veil, right? It's for like all the core skills or something. So you have like some like very specific options, some more generic options on the uniques. And I think aspects are generally just going to be generic. Like Paladin doesn't have like any aspect that only works for like one build or only for one skill or something. I think aspects being generic is a good thing. I think yes. There's not really like necessarily anything inherently good or inherently bad about aspects being very generic or very specific, or uniques being very generic or very specific. It comes down to like what is the overall build crafting going to look like, right? And also like at what pace do you actually engage with all these mechanics? Like when do you start getting legendaries? It seems like even in Torment 2, you don't even get a lot of legendaries in the expansion. Maybe you will have some, but maybe not even your entire setup is going to have a single legendary in every slot at that point. Who knows, right? It looks like the legendary top rate is severely reduced. And this means if they're very generic, you will very likely get a pretty massive upgrade when you find one, right? You'll be like, oh my god, I finally got a legendary in my glove slot. Let's go, right? And yeah, the uniques are going to be like even later, right? Uniques are after the legendaries. And then it's like, oh my god, I finally got the Litany of Sable, and now my Draclaws is like giga, right? So, and then you like jump another torment level from that or something, right? So I think this is kind of how it's gonna go. Unique should definitely be more niche, while Lego should be more broad. Yeah, and I think that makes sense, generally. Mighty Max, thanks for the sub, by the way, earlier. Key passes are not turning into talismans. I mean, it could be that they bring back some of the effects. I would definitely imagine they're not going to throw away all of the effects that the key passes provided. And, some of them will come back as items, as uniques, as legendaries, whatever, right? Maybe talisman. So there's definitely like a really cool mechanics on some of the classes that should stay. Do you know if you're tuning down aspect multipliers so you don't get 120 multiplicative damage, whereas even Paragon legendary nodes don't need to be 100%? Yeah, I don't know. We'll see, I guess. I would like to see way smaller multipliers for sure, because with smaller multipliers, it's like way easier to like balance the game and to balance also classes internally, right? Right now we have this problem that, some builds have like really good item support, and they just end up being like 1,000 times stronger than other builds because of like 2 or 3 multipliers, just like, scaling everything to the moon. And other builds don't have it. So if you just like generally have way smaller legendaries or way smaller unique effects, then it's gonna be much more reasonable, but I guess we'll see. Realistically, I don't expect them too much to do that, even though I think they should. They said Talisman can hold a unique effect of one unique. Yes, it's gonna be a bit like a Kana's Cube effect, I think. Where you can take a unique and make it a charm and then put it into a talisman. So you basically have like more. It's a bit like Chaos Armors almost, right? where now you can do combos that previously weren't possible because you had like, you know, a weapon and another weapon and you couldn't combine them, but now you can. So that is going to be quite interesting. You're going to see like this, like, you know, Capeleke plus Sebazontic stuff coming back maybe on the Spiritborn. Or, you know, look at Druid, for example, right? Maybe you can equip a Perdition, but then have like a Tempest Roar charm or something like that, right? So, gonna be kind of interesting. Yeah, definitely gonna open up a lot of possibilities thanks to like unique charms, I think. It needs Chaos Bolt. You mean like a WoW Chaos Bolt? I'm not sure if like the Warlock actually has anything close to that, to be honest. Nothing really reminds me of Chaos Bolt on this class, I would say. Your sheet listing no elsewhere. Can you link your sheet, Ignition? Maybe you should add the uniques there as well. Did you got it from the link, right? You just started downloading Diablo 4 and PS5. Any tips? Yeah, you should check our Maxwell guides. You excited to play Not So Flappy Fireball? Will there be any PTR? Nah. Okay, there's Ignition sheet. Let's go. Thank you. Actually, I had it bookmarked. Okay, so these are from the post as well, right? Okay, these are the known offensive aspects here. And we see that some of them are pretty big, right? If you look at the effects here. Abyss skills deal 3.4% increased damage for each stack of Shadow Form. This bonus is increased by 400% while you have stealth. Increased by 400%. Okay, we don't know the exact value here, right? This is two-handed. But I don't know, I guess it's gonna go at least to like 4%. So on a one-hander, that'll be 2% plus 400, so 10% per Shadow Form stack. Do we see how many stacks we have here? Am I going into Shadow Form? I think this blue icon here are the Shadow Form stacks. I have 8 stacks here, 10 stacks. Seems like 10 might be the max. And I don't think it'll be that hard to maintain 10 stacks if you try. So we're talking about 10, maybe more % damage per stack on a one-handed slot that you can probably maintain permanently or close to it. So like 100% damage bonus. So this is like a pretty good aspect, I suppose. This even beats like most Paladin aspects, for example. But it's relatively specific, right? You need to have Abyss skills, and you need to have Shadow Form stacks, and you need to be in stealth. So it is like double, it's like triple conditional, basically. So it's kind of tough to actually do this, I guess. It's only for specific builds. But yeah, 100% damage aspect there, easy. Any other offensive ones? Yeah, whatever. This is bad. Casting Hellfire skills grants occult skills, cooldown reduction, casting Abyss skills grants resource cost reduction. Okay. I mean, this might be kind of nice. Maybe not on Emerald, but on a ring or something. I do hope that they're gonna make resource aspects a bit more like valuable in the future. Especially, you know, when we have these like really strong offensive aspects like this with like 100% damage, 80% damage, even 60%. Or even less, right? Even like a 40% damage aspect is pretty hard to beat with a resource aspect. But something like this seems like it could be powerful enough. But something like this seems kind of like weak. I mean, maximum dominance can have some impact to like, you know, scale some things up or something, but this seems kind of weak. While in demon form, it deals 6.8% increased damage for every enemy close to you, up to 136. This seems kind of shit. I mean, Diablo 4 is a game about single target. And I don't expect that to change, really. Like, the only thing that matters is single target damage in this game. So... there. Maybe if they made this work with demons. While in demon form, you deal increased damage for every close enemy or demon. So it works with your minions. Then I would see this as a kind of a potential option here for like a minion smaller build or something. Brimstone explodes into lava pools, dealing 206% of their damage over 5 seconds. Yeah, so you get a bit of an idea of what the uniques and the aspects look like, right? And they look like Paladin items, basically, right? This is what it is. They're basically Paladin items. So... also, there are no implicits on any of those weapons. Nothing on the mace, nothing on the sword. Nothing on the boots. And for some reason there's fucking poison resistance on those pants, by the way. But yeah, look how strong this item is. Health Fracture deals 120% increased damage, and every third cast creates a triple fracture. That is a lot. And it has Health Fracture ranks on it. I guess in general, like skill ranks as strong are going down, since we have now 12 points on the tree instead of 5. So that alone actually changes quite significantly how much a skill point is worth. And this is like max item power, you know, okay, it's not a GA or something, but it looks like relatively typical values, relatively typical stats, right, compared to what we know from the live server. You know, 2 to 3, 2 to 3, 2 to 3 is like very standard stuff. And then with a GA it's gonna be 5, with Masterwork it's gonna be 7. Or something like that, so this is kind of how it goes. So... on the live server, getting 7 ranks would mean go from 140% damage to 210, which is exactly 50% upgrade. In the future, you will have 210 base. You'll have exactly what you now have with the extra 7 ranks. And then you get 7 extra, so you go to 280. So this is a 33% upgrade. So just from the skill tree changes, the extra skill ranks lost a third of their value, basically. So it's kind of interesting. Like, you know, it was a 1.5 upgrade earlier, and now it's this. So yeah, there's like a 12.5% difference here in terms of like the boost. Manov can add 12 plus ranks. Yeah, you can add even more ranks, and then this stuff becomes kind of like irrelevant. That this might even get to the point where maybe it's better to not masterwork the health fracture, but instead you masterwork the willpower on this thing, for example, or even a percent damage or so. Depends a bit on what they do with paragons, right? If they like massively gut paragons, and especially glyphs, then these like percent damage stats might actually be interesting, right? Like the reason why we never put any of this on our gear is because we just get like 2000% from paragons, right? He got Abyssal Health Fracture after 46 ranks. Yeah, at that point, like, a rank's not even worth anything anymore. Like, one rank is like 2% damage or something, right? Like, you're slowly getting to the point where you can take out points from your main skill and put it somewhere else. So, it's kind of funny. Is there any info floating around about the Vox Paragon board? Nah, there's nothing about Paragons yet. It's pretty much another Sorc, doesn't have minions like WoW Warlock. It has a little bit like the WoW Warlock stuff. There's like 4 kind of like core minions and you choose one of them. And then you have like plenty of other like, you know, temporary summons. And like, you know, it can be either like swarmers or big guys. Does Warlock look good? Yeah, it's really good. Really fun. Gonna be really cool to explore the class, I think. I'm going to an expansion blind. I mean, you can always buy a new pair of glasses and it's gonna be fine. You see, like this. And we do have the skill tree here. We do have some of the items. We do have a lot of the, like, you know, like, you know, shared info, theory craft. That's exactly what I'm doing here, right? So we can expect a lot of things just based on what they have said already, even if they have not explicitly stated it. But yeah, right now, no PTR, no nothing basically, so. Skill images. Okay, here we have everything, holy. We have the command demon stuff here. That's good. I want to check what Warlock does. Warlock increases maximum overpower by 4 and maximum wrath. Do we have the exact tooltip of overpower somewhere here? Terminology. Increase the damage by 15% per stack. This effect stacks up to 4 times and each lasts for 4 seconds. So there you go. So you have 4 stacks. With Warlock you have 8 stacks. Did they have a PTR for Vessel? Well, he hasn't. They did a PTR, but it was old content, no new class. And we only got to test the runes and the difficulty changes. And then they had like a press release where, like, you know, media was playing for like a week right before the launch. I thought OP makes the abilities bigger. No. Yeah, so basically, if you don't want to play with any minions, you get this guy, Warlock, who is just completely passive, he doesn't even attack. And when you press the active, you get all power stacks and wrath generation. And that's it. So this is kind of like the guy that you use when you just want to like cast everything yourself. Then there's like the Abyss one. It's called Tazaroth here, but they renamed him to Lalish. So Lalish is the real name. And has vulnerable, weaken, slow. And again, lots of shadow form stacks. Actually, can we search for stealth? Blasts at nearby stealthed enemies. This puts enemies into stealth. When attacking from stealth, all class gain its bonus. Wait, I think the Shadow Form stacks actually give you a stealth, right? Grants unhindered movement, grants stealth, but consumes stacks, can hold up to 10 stacks. Yeah, so we have to test the exact mechanics of this. But it sounds like you will just be like permanently stealthed as long as you have Shadow Form stacks. As long as you like stutter step, I guess. I was doing like some Abyss stuff here, right? Do we have stacks here? Here. Where did it come from, actually? From Lardish, I guess. I pressed Lardish here. Yeah. You see all my Shadow Form stacks go up now, and then sometimes they tick down. Yeah, so you look like this, like, you know, Abyss color. This like purple, dark glow. So this is kind of the stealth here. Actually, this is the stealth icon, as I realized. This eye. So we can actually see it here in combat, let's see. So here it says gain stealth, so this icon. So we're not permanently stealthed actually while we're attacking, you see this? It does drop. Auto, gain stealth, and now we are in stealth. Trying to find the next time when I press it. Here we got Shadow Form from the Nether step, so that can give you 4 stacks. Here we lost one. But I didn't see the gain stealth. Like we just lost a stack, but there was no gain stealth. Again. So that's kind of weird. You're returning since season 2, it feels like there's a ton of stuff you need to catch up on. Holy. I will have a returning player guide out soonish. So that will hopefully catch you up a little bit. That Insidious aspect looks great. Which one was that again? This one. Yeah, this one seems very powerful. But on the other hand, it seems like the stealth trigger is not really super consistent. Like here, gain stealth, I didn't even see the buff, and it's already gone. It says gain stealth, but you're not in stealth, so I don't know. It might be like the buff bar is not showing it properly. Because we are glowing, like this looks like we are in the stealth, right? And now it's gone. So I guess you can see it from your character. There's like this like purple haze that you leave behind. This means you're in stealth, at least for Warlock standards. I wonder if they changed the rogue stealth as well to actually like still display a character. Tell returning players that Meteor Sock will be meta copium. Let's go. When did I slot Lardish? I had it for quite a while here actually. So let's see if we see some more examples. Here, stealth. You heard something about overpower making the ability bigger, like Bone Spear is larger in overpowers. I think I might have streamed that. This might be like a skill specific mechanic. Since overpower is now stacks, they might have something like, okay, like maybe the more overpower stacks you have, the larger your AoE is. Or something like that. I mean, I can see that. It kind of makes thematic sense too, right? It's in Ritualist and Twisted Fragment. Consume 1 stack of hacks on targets to increase the damage against the target by 25. Doesn't say that. Ah, here. Witcherless Shard itself, yeah. Gain 10% increased size per 2 stacks of all power. So there you go, I guess. Yeah, it's the Witcherless Shard itself. You not believe me that I will start a Druid? I mean, I can absolutely believe that some people want to go back to like the old favorite class, right? I'm also very pumped to play Rogue and so on. So, how tank do you expect Warlock to be? Not very tank, to be honest. There's not really a lot of good defenses on the skill tree. The defensive aspects we see are also relatively shit. I mean, we'll see, I guess. But yeah, I don't expect Warlock to be a big tank class. Red tank, yeah. And Shadowfell Stealth. The thing is that when I played and I used this Abyss stuff, I never really felt like the Shadowform Stealth was really doing anything. Like, look at this. Yeah, I'm never stepping in, right? I'm in stealth. Okay, for some reason it's gone, but here it's back, okay. This guy just hits me. I'm in stealth again. This guy shoots at me. This guy runs at me. Like, at least if we're not like completely AFK, just standing there, these guys just attack you normally. Also, where's my Shadow Form, by the way? Look at this. It says like 10 times gain Shadow Form. There's no stacks. I don't know what's going on. Thank you, Faileth, for the Prime, by the way. I appreciate it. I guess I'm starting Paladin again. Yeah, Paladin is going to be Giga Chat, I think. However, maybe not as much anymore, to be honest. Since I guess you just can't get 100% blockchains anymore. And if you can't get 100% blockchains anymore, life as a Paladin looks very different. Like, there's no on guard. So this alone will be a pretty massive nerf to Paladin compared to other classes from the passives dropping out. And also Paladin in general just has like extremely strong passives for DPS. So that was good for Dracula's ambush enhancement. This one. Yeah, this is very good for sure. Like, as a Dracula's build, you want to use this. This is way better than this vulnerable. I mean, this can be useful when you do like this Anathema of the Primes. Like, okay, you jump in with Rampage, you hit them with Dreadclaws, and then you spam whatever core skill you spam. And then you have all your buffs up, you have the vulnerable up, and so on. So this could be like something there, basically. But yeah, as a Dreadclaws build, you definitely want to go ambush. 50% multiplier is pretty huge. And they want to have perma-stealth. And then you want to have perma-stealth anyway as an Abyss build. Like something like this here, this looks like a very strong aspect. So that alone will probably make it really worthwhile to invest into stealth. Is there any way to autocast skills? You can do Numlock, which is TOS friendly. And you can do other ways that are not TOS friendly. The movie builds where you're perma-stealthed. Yeah, I'm just, but I was looking at like how it actually works in practice, and it looks like it's not really working that well. So we'd have to like test, like really like, okay, what does it mean to be in stealth here? Like when Lalish is out, you get a lot of Shadow Form stacks, but it seems like the ticks are not frequent enough. Like I'm attacking too frequently to really stay in stealth and have all the modifiers. Or maybe they linger for a little bit, for example. But I don't know about that right now. Stealth as a Warlock skill seems odd. Yeah, it's not exactly a skill. It's like built into this whole like Abyss mechanic. It's like one of the archetypes of the class. The shadows from the Abyss kind of deal. So you have like shadow skills, and with that comes like shadow form and stealth. Maybe Shroud of False Death will be worth it. Maybe Shroud of False Death is deleted. Let's see. ages to get 100% block. Yeah, but okay, if you like tempo, like ages duration and stuff, then it might not feel absolutely terrible to play. But yeah, I don't know. I don't really expect Paladins to feel as good as they used to without permanent 100% block. We'll see. I think really what they should do, I think it's fine that they can't reach 100% block. But what they should do is they should nerf block damage reduction. Like, block damage reduction is way too much. So that the gap between blocking something and not blocking something is ridiculous, right? It's 70% block reduction you have on Paladin builds these days. So when you don't block, you take almost quadruple damage. And some things cannot be blocked. So even if you have 100% block chance, you just get blasted by some things. And then people complain, oh, I'm so squishy, what happens? I thought I'm Giga Chat Paladin. So the more you like, increase the gap between a block and a non-block, the squishier the class will actually feel, which is kind of ironic. So I think they need to like massively cut back on block damage reduction. They should remove it entirely from Paragons on the Paladin, and then nerf the shields. And I think this would actually solve a lot of problems, because then you would be forced to make your character generally more tanky and not rely only on block for that. And then your character would actually feel better to play. Spiritborn defenses are in shambles before they took away our passes. Yeah, Spiritborn is gonna be rough. Unless like some miracle happens. I'm counting on a miracle. Rain of arrows at home. Like werewolf and human builds just being squished simply because they're not werebear. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's like the thing, right? They kind of like, they only have like Polarize right now as like a good build, and like everything like balanced around that. And Polarize is doing fine, and the bear stuff in general is doing fine, but it's only doing fine because all of the bear synergies just make it like 3 times tankier than the other builds. Instead of, okay, hey, bears, bears have like some sort of defensive perk. Maybe they're like 30% more tanky or even 50% more tanky. No, they're like 3 times as tanky, because, you not just have one of those perks, but you have like, a 30% here, a 30% there, a 30% here, a 30% there, and suddenly you're like triple as tanky. It's like a completely different game. Necro can also wear a shield. They can. And some of the builds even do. You can see a new skill tree. Yeah, for Warlock, you can see it on the Maxwell planner. Your first character was Druid. You feel like it's a great time to revisit. Nothing about Druid changes. Yeah, I think Druid's gonna be very cool, actually. Necro should be able to reach block cap like Pala. I'm not sure about that. I think they should just make a hard cap of you can't hit 100% block chance to begin with. And then, like if you can't hit 100% block chance, then it would be exactly that situation that I just explained, where your character needs to be sturdy enough to survive without blocking, and the block is just an extra on top. But the problem is, like, right now, it's so easy to build 100% block chance, and it's so strong to do it, that this is like your primary defensive layer. And then it just sometimes doesn't work because some things can't be blocked, and your character actually feels extremely squishy as a result. Like, you're gonna be fine like 90% of the time, and then sometimes it's just like dead. So that's just stupid. Then it's just dodge. Yeah, dodge, dodge can technically hit 100%. There's also like effects where you like have 100% dodge for like a little time, like a counter attack on a Spiritborn, right? So there's that. Dude, I really wish they're gonna nuke counter attack. It's just, it's so stupid as well. It's like the same problem that dodge has, that block has on the Paladin, just worse. Because Spiritborn are just like naturally squishy. And you can't really build any other real defense. So all you do is like rely on counter attack, 100% dodge. And then sometimes you just can't dodge some things and you just die. Great. You just need layered defense to exist. Yeah. Yeah, more importantly, you know, we can't only rely on one singular effect that makes it extremely tanky. That cannot always work. Like dodge and block have both that issue where you are extremely tanky when you build into them, but then sometimes you're just not. Right? Stupid like death screen full of explosions. And there's not really that many like on-death explosions in this game, I guess. There's like the fire enchanted dudes. And then I guess executioner counts as that as well. There's not that many things going on though. That all sounds like hardcore problem. Yeah, not really. I mean, okay, it is a hardcore problem, but the thing is that, you know, I think most people are better off following hardcore guides than they are following softcore guides, basically, if you will. Right? Like if I have trouble surviving with a build, then what about the people that actually watch my guide, right? What about the people that need a guide? Right? So that's kind of the problem that I see here. Yeah. If I can't do it, then who's gonna do it? Right? Without trying to sound cocky here or something. But this is the reality. So I don't think that you can just excuse like, hey, this is like a softcore, like, you know, a softcore you don't care or something like that. It's just gonna feel bad, right? You don't want to have a character that just dies. Especially like, you know, for people that don't even understand why they die in the first place. Like you want to have a character that feels good. And the easiest way to achieve that is to follow someone who plays hardcore, I guess. Because they will have every problem solved, you know? If I can play a build on hardcore, it means it solved every problem that you can run into. That's basically what it is. This is my gameplay, yeah. And this is not a test server. This was recorded like 3 months ago. Softcore needs some more death penalty besides gold. Nah, I don't know. I don't think it necessarily needs to be like very penalizing or something like that to die. I think it's fine that in softcore you have like a relatively minimal impact of deaths. I mean, you already have like a very relatively significant impact of just like the time loss, right? Even on softcore, you want to build your character in a way so that he will never die, because that will almost always just be like the most efficient route. Or, you know, maybe you die like, you know, once every few hours or something like that. So I think that just dying is already such a time loss. If you die like in a boss fight, you have to it resets, you have to go again, and you lose like a minute. And even like a minute time loss is quite a significant time loss. Where if you had built a character a little bit more tanky, you know, you would maybe go slightly slower, and then you can like try to find like the break point where, okay, like this slightly slower means, you know, avoiding one death every so often, and you break even or something like that, right? But then you also have the other thing of, you know, it just feels bad to die, right? Like you don't want to die. It's just like not a good experience. You'd like to see fail the dungeon, horde, etc. Yeah, it sounds like hard to do actually, and when there's like multiplayer and so on as well. I think you have to see that there's still like, you know, a really huge casual audience, and it's fine for them for softcore to just be the kind of like a safe place. So I would rather have everyone just kind of enjoy the game you know, on softcore, then like, you know, introduce like very paralyzing mechanics there. I think it's fine for like certain types of content to have some sort of death restriction. You know, let's say they make some Giga tribute for Undercity, right? And it's like something that, you know, like you find like once in a season or some shit. And now it's like your time to log in and do the run. And, you know, it's like super hard or something. And I think for these kind of things, it would be fine if you die and you fail or something like that. But for like general gameplay, general blasting, I don't think this should be the case. Especially now with like, you know, the more torments, like people are going to be like a bit more spread out and then still trying to group up with their friends and you know, it's gonna try to like somehow make it work even when they're not ready and this kind of stuff, right? So I think it would be relatively bad to have sort of like these kind of effects where like you die and that's it. Do I expect any news on the season next week? Well, I mean, it is Sunday now. Next week will last from 13 to 19. Maybe. That is not a test server now. This was an event in January where I played the Warlock. I did not play it to the filter. But I think we have some screenshots somewhere. Weren't they showing it somewhere? Wait a second. Let me see if I find something. Let me see. So there's like some campfire chat stuff. Let me see if I find something. No. I thought I saw it somewhere, but I don't have it in my screenshots here, so this must have been somewhere else. This is not PTR, guys. You don't really care if you die in softcore in D4, but each F in hardcore is kind of painful. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the idea, right? If you're like a very experienced player and you want to like seek the thrill a little bit, then you can play hardcore. But yeah, the thing is that most people are not very experienced. Or maybe they were at some point, but they're not anymore. Or they're just not in shape. They don't really know all of the little details. They don't know all the little bugs to avoid. They don't know, you know, the behavior of every single monster type and elite in the game. And in that case, yeah, playing softcore makes a lot more sense because it gives you like a place to just learn the game. And then if you play more, you can play hardcore. And for me, I mean, I just play the game enough that I can just always play hardcore, basically, right? I've always played hardcore, and it seems like I will always do that. So it is just what it is. And I also play enough so that I can recover from a death if something happens. But it rarely does. So, of course, with the expansion coming out, there will be a lot of unknowns, there will be new monsters, there will be new bosses that I don't know, and so on. So I will definitely have to try to find my way in there. But it worked relatively well in the past, so... Yeah, new bugs, of course, is always going to be a problem. Like, a lot of my deaths have been due to bugs. It's just what it is. When that's gonna be a season thing? Not really. They did a season theme for Vessel of Hatred launch, and I think that was just like wasted. And I don't expect they will do one now. Like, I don't see why they would do a season theme when, you know, they're already like revamping the entire fucking game. So what's the point of a theme? You know, the point of a theme is, like, why do we make a theme in the first place? It's like a, you know, very low effort, very high impact change to the game, right? That's the idea. Something new, something exciting, something that affects every build in some way, and that brings people back. But you don't need any of that when you already have the expansion, right? So it's just kind of pointless to make a season theme for the expansion launch, I think. Need reason to get people to not use Eternal. Yeah, I mean, you have like the season journey rewards, you have achievements, so all that kind of stuff. And I mean, what's the point of Eternal when everything on Eternal is going to be invalidated anyway? You know, on season launch, like on expansion launch, you know, all of your old items are going to be completely wasted, right? Like, okay, the only thing you have is like you have like temper manuals and you have maybe not all of them because it's going to be new ones or something. You're not even going to have like any like sort of important resources stacked up because you don't have anything for the cube. You don't have anything for the talisman. Like, what do you have on Eternal when like it's completely worthless? So playing on Eternal on like an expansion launch is like the most worthless thing you can do, I think. Progression is part of the fun. Yeah, exactly. That's the whole idea of a seasonal game. And I mean, I understand that some people want to play Eternal. I see why, and I think there's a place for that. Even if the player base is small and we kind of like dismiss it. But, you know, some people just like don't play enough to play a season, right? And then they come back like 4 months later and they continue their old character, and that's fine. But on an expansion launch, like, I don't know, man. Like, there's really no reason to keep your old characters at this point. Not giving character slots each season is kind of silly. Well, it's kind of not wasting a lot of money, I think. Because what are you going to do with your old characters? They're just going to sit there. This is video, yeah. I think just playing the campaign will level us to level 70. Yeah, doubtful. Unless the campaign is extremely long. Master of Hate campaign, if you do like a fast run, is like something like 90 minutes. And before the nerf, actually brought you pretty close to max level. Pretty much just about max level. Now with the nerf, I'm not sure exactly. I haven't actually done the full campaign with the nerf. But I guess you're probably gonna be like 40, 45 or so. And then you have to do like a little bit of leveling and then strongholds. So I think currently we would talk about like 2.5 hours or so, 1 to 60 with Vest of Hate campaign and then follow up strongholds. Which is relatively close to what you can do with just kill streaks. On season start, I did like 10 minutes of campaign and then just like said fuck it and I just did kill streaks and I was like level 60 after like also around 2.5 hours or so. So it was kind of like break even. I don't know how the XP curve is gonna go. I do expect they squish the XP per level a little bit. So that the overall time is the same, 1 to 70. It's not live right now. Start campaign, strongholds, maybe hell tides. I mean, the general plan would be that. To just like do the campaign and then, I mean, you probably have to do a campaign anyway once. So. You start playing WoW after the 4 and PoE, start playing classic TBC, WoW within midnight. I made a new character every time because that's what I did in ARPGs. Yeah, I guess in WoW you have a significant enough reset that everything that you have on your old character doesn't matter when an expansion comes out, right? It's mostly just like fancy stuff, like mounts, or even those are shared, but you know, I don't know, reputation for outdated factions or some shit. So you fear about the Warlock's movement speed? Don't fear. Are we able to bind demons like in D2? No. But the Warlock has, I don't know how many different types of demons, like 15 or something, I guess. There's a lot of different demons. I think you'll see these are champion type quests after campaign. Yeah, I imagine maybe it's even the same These of a champion. Not having the floating weapon like D2 is a miss. I found that kind of goofy, the floating weapon, I gotta say. It is such a letdown to not bind demons. Not to me. I think this is like a very smart move to not allow us to do this. Because it's like, you know, it's like the costliest skill you could ever develop in a game like this. For extremely little payoff. You know, it's like bind demons or 10 other skills, you know? I'd rather take the 10 other skills, to be honest. So... Well, actually, is the Diablo Immortal Warlock out already? It's in April. No, wait. It's in June, right? It's actually the last one. I thought it would be out as well now, but it's not. Yeah, so the Immortal one is coming later. Okay. I think they ever consider adding a bell stuff for utility aspects? No chance. The add-on is in 16 days. Dude, I'm getting wrecked here. By the way, I'm playing on normal difficulty. Yeah, I wanna log in on PoE 2 a little bit. I started my stream quite late today. We had family over for Easter today. We need a mega blood, a mage blood like mythic unique. Oh man. Is Warlock squishy like Druid if your Druid are the squishiest? Yeah, if you don't play Bear Druid, at least you're kind of squish, yeah. And we are expecting them to fix that, but we'll see. You think you get any new mythics like we did with Vessel of Hated? Yeah, I mean, it can be argued if you really got new mythics. I guess Shroud was actually... Wait, was Shroud actually a Vessel of Hated unique, or was that in Season 5? Yeah, that was the glaive for Spiritborn. How much delay is there in a live broadcast? A few seconds? I don't know. Yo, thanks, Beating Cheeks. Appreciate it, Prime. Wasn't Easter like a week ago? Not everywhere. For us, it was today. Orthodox Easter is today. That's why I said Happy Easter to Anna when she rated us earlier as well. We need mythic lost pants and boots and a new ring. Oh boy. I mean, I think it wouldn't hurt to like expand how many mythics there are if they become a lot more niche. I think all the mythics should be a lot more niche. Like Starless is like this Giga resource item and, you know, and so on, right? So I think it's fine that there's like some mythics that are Giga OP. I think it's also fine if like there's like some generic mythics, but they need to make them like way, way, way more rare. so that we don't all end up with like the same cookie cutter thing. Like, you know, it should be totally acceptable to just like never have a mythic an entire season. And if you then immediately want to go all in and like actually grind out like 5 different mythics for your build, then you know you're welcome to do that. So that's like how you can do it better, I think. But right now it's like, okay, like everyone just gets like 2 mythics just for free, right? You just like play the game and they already have 2 mythics just on the season journey. And that's kind of stupid, I think. Yeah, exactly. Like if they actually like bring back like these like giga drops from like Diablo 2, that would be really cool, I think. Like there are plenty of items that I have never found in Diablo 2. And I'm totally okay with that. You know? And I've played the game for quite a bit as well. And you know, it's just like, yeah, at some point I might get it or I might not, right? And it's fine. Imagine it crying if people don't see a mythic all season. Yeah, that's the thing. Like everyone thinks, oh man, the casuals will complain. But I don't think that people really complain. I think this is just imagined. They do on forums. Yeah, okay, but how many people, you know? Sure, someone is always gonna be of some opinion that is like cooked, right? But like, are more people gonna be happy than unhappy about such a change? So that is like the real question we have to ask here, right? And the answer is most likely more people would be happy with more rare mythics than the people would be unhappy about rare mythics. So. It's the thing when Legendary could roll in any slot just for 1 season. If you mean the Chaos Armor season, yeah, that was season 10. But we're getting something a bit like that actually now with the Talisman. You will be able to extract, it's basically like the kind of cube from Diablo 3 with the Talisman. You can make like extra unique effects in your Talisman. Any new seasons in any game you really need the game to play? Torchlight on first day. We're gonna be playing some Torchlight. Mythic should be rare. Having guides item as defaults makes them no different than legendaries. Yeah, maybe I think the main problem it really is when it comes down to it is like how fast it is to like finish your character, right, in D4. That's really the main problem. And I think this is also like one of the main things that this expansion would address, which is, you know, it's just like a way longer progression now. There's 12 torments now. You know, you don't even see fucking legendary drops in Torment 2 and so on, right? You're not gonna see your ancestrals until like Torment 6 or something. You're not gonna see like a lot of uniques until like Torment 8. You're not gonna see a mythic until Torment 10. Or you know, if it's like something like that, then I think everything makes a lot more sense suddenly, right? Where it's like, okay, you build up your character to like a certain point, and then you get something else, and now you like do this swap here, and now you start progressing to the next difficulty, you get another thing, and then you have this change on your build, and then you go to the next difficulty, and so on, right? And right now we don't have anything like that, right? You load up the game, and if you play a good build and you know what you're doing, you're like in Torment 4, you know, in as little as like 4 hours from season start. Or 6 hours from season start, or you know, if you're chilling a little bit more, maybe 8 or 10 hours, right? And then you just like, then you're done, right? There's like nothing else after that. So if we are in Torment 4 after 10 hours, but then there are 8 more torments after that, well, now we actually have a reason for mythics to be there, and like, you know, it's fine that a lot of builds eventually gravitate towards the same mythics. you know, if you just don't have them after like 10 hours, right? If you get them after 50 hours or after 100 hours, and then it's like, hell yeah, I finally got it, you know, and now I'm gonna use it on every fucking build I make this season. Yeah, sure, you know, if you get a Mage Blood in PoE, you're gonna use it on every fucking build you make, right? It's just how it works, and that's fine. It's just that it's way too easy to get the Mythics compared to a Mage Blood. And so all the builds just have all the same stuff right away for like the majority of your playtime, basically. And that is kind of the real problem, I guess. Especially with like the free mythics that we also get like thrown at us, right? Like everyone just has mythics, you know? You don't have to work for it. You just have mythics just from existing. So I guess that's really the main problem. I object. Uh-oh. Some builds would not go Mage Blood or Overhead or Shrine build. Yeah. Okay, same thing, right? Basically, the build slot in PoE is like the helm slot in D4. You know, in D4 you have like Tradition, Shaco, whatever, right? And in PoE it's like the build slot, so you have like, you know, 2-3 big items. Do you know the use of fishing in the expansion? No, they have not said what it's used for. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's kind of weird that you kind of get the biggest, best items just like thrown at you by doing the season journey. And the season journey is like, you know, a very low bar, right? This is kind of like you progress through the game and you kind of like you do like the bare minimum of kind of like reaching the end game. And then you guys just get a bunch of free mythics. Like I find it weird. Right? Like this is like the point where you want to start grinding the mythics, right? Like, okay, now you made it to Home 4, now you have your uniques kind of set up and your paragons are kind of done and whatever, right? And now is the time to like lock in and grind and, you know, try to get the big items. But then instead of doing that, you just kind of just get mythics thrown at you, right? And if you get lucky with those, boom, you're done. So, I don't know. It's actually funny, man, how many people ask me about Shroud of False Death. Well, we don't know the new design of Shroud. It's not about to get the mythic easy, it's about you need a Shroud of this specific GA. No one needs a Shroud with specific GA. That's wrong. The specific GA gives you like, okay, 5% more toughness or like 3% more damage. Like, what are you talking about? Watch and just remove the implicit and leaves it as it is. Nice mythic, man. Shroud of False Death. Why does Maxwell bother making builds that way? Because we have to guide people. That's the point of Maxwell. We show what you want. So we put the GA that you want. Because if you don't put the GA that you want, people will ask us, hey, which GA should I go for? Hey, I got this GA, is that good? Like, what do you expect us to do? Like, don't say we don't need him if his physical health that's the GA we need. I don't know. I'm not sure what you're trying to get at. But on a Shroud, like the GA you get is like so irrelevant, man. Yeah, sure, you want to get the life, or maybe even the all stats. And that is like, you know, a 50-50 basically when you get a Shroud. But no one needs that for anything, really. Unless we're talking, actually, you don't use it on Death Trap Rogue. I was thinking about Death Trap Rogue maybe where you really care about getting more strength or some shit. But you don't do that, actually, because they have the Scoundrel. Hope one day they add primal items to D12, that'll be a fun grind. I guess primal items are basically just like full GA everywhere, right? So there's your grind. Is if they just like make it actually somewhat realistic to get these items. And I mean, why not, right? There are 12 torments now. So maybe, you know, let's say it's like staggered in a way where, okay, you don't really see any legendaries until like in Torment 2. And then you don't really see any Ancestrals until you're in Torment 4. And maybe those Ancestrals have 0 GA to start with. And then like in Torment 6, you see like 1 GA Ancestrals. And then in Torment 8, you see like 2 GA Ancestrals. And in Torment 10, you see like 3 GA Ancestrals and so on. So you can kind of like build it up like this over time anyway, where like you kind of keep replacing your gear. And you keep getting better gear, and that kind of pushes you through the difficulties and so on. So that can actually just become like a pretty natural progression like that. It was the red border and the red beam. Well, lucky for you. You just make it yourself with the Druid filter. It would be cool if we could keep upgrading them until they're all GA. Yeah, I wouldn't mind if there was like some cube recipe, for example, that is like giga rare to do and stuff like that, right? Where you can like add GAs or something. You know, maybe like a mythic drop, right? Imagine there's like a mythic material for the cube. And that allows you to make an item like a +1 GA or something. And it drops like every 50 hours or every 20 hours or something like that, maybe. Primers would be so fun. Imagine all those. I'm not dropping any primers, but that nerf the drop rate in D4. Yeah, they surely nerf the drop rate at least 20 different times. Casting abilities break stealth. Metamorphosis territory when it's a skill that has abyss breaks, not stealth. Let me check that real quick. Abyss skills do not break its stealth. Yeah, there we go. So I guess realistically you have to do this. And realistically you want to do this anyway. If you're playing an Abyss build, you're gonna do this Terror Demon stuff here because of the ranks added. So that by itself is really strong. These side upgrades are ridiculous as well. Yeah, so I think pretty much every build will run Metamorphosis as it is. It's just like so powerful. There's this giga damage scaling. There's also this here. But this is like relatively monka. 40% damage for losing half of your EHP is a really bad trade on a class that already doesn't have great defenses. But maybe, you know, if you manage to get tanky enough. Like, the problem is that the alternative here is really shit. Like, you actually do not want to click this, I think. This just seems absolutely horrible. Unless you combine it with, like, the Legion shard where... okay, you'll be double unstoppable, so that's also kind of useless. But maybe this would work where it only consumes one of your demons once after getting 10 times crowd controlled. But I mean, you don't really want to run the shard, right? That's kind of like a bad shard. So I could actually see builds that will just like not run a side upgrade here because both of them are just kind of like huge downsides. But yeah, this is really good. And then the Terror Demon stuff here for the Abyss skills, and then the Hellfire stuff has this here. But the problem is that Destruction Demon is going to be extremely hard to do. It burns you for 8% life every time you cast. and you cast like, I don't know, 2-3 times per second, like you're gonna burn yourself for 20% life. Unless that is affected by fire res, then you would burn yourself for like 2% or something. And that would be kind of easy to do. But if you burn yourself for 20% life per second, you're fucking cooked. Literally. That is not happening. Is this pre-release full Warlock tree and planner? This is, yeah, I mean, here we had the entire tree, right? But you have to keep in mind this is like 3 months pre-launch, so some stuff definitely changed. Stack barrier. Yeah, okay, but you still have to generate that barrier. Like the bigger problem is like, how do you heal for 20% life per second? How do you do that? Warlock is not exactly a class that has a lot of healing. In fact, is there even any healing on this tree? Blood, Mad, Idle, 70% DR while injured. Now here's the fun part. This will only apply to effects that got triggered while you were in your injured state. For anything before that, they will still do full damage. It's not like dynamically reducing a dot. So yeah, but yeah, you can kind of stay low life. So you can do this here, right? Where you don't heal over 50%. And then do Blood Mad Idle. I mean, you can get, I think, 70% DR or something. 71% DR while injured. So basically the amulet kind of makes up for its own burn like this. But the problem is you cannot reliably stay injured without healing over it. And if you heal out of injured range, you suddenly take a lot of damage, right? So that's the main issue. There's like nothing that prevents you from going over injured. And then you lose this entire damage reduction thing, and then you just get blasted, right? Any strong hit will just like kill you basically or something when you're like 40% life. If you're 35, you're chilling. If you're 40% life, you're dead. So that's basically how you have to see it. And there's nothing that prevents you from healing out of injured state. Temerity. Temerity is a relatively effective way to build a lot of barrier. So that would work to go Destruction Demon, but you cannot go phase 2 Enrage. Temerity will not work when you have this, because you cannot reach full life, so you cannot trigger Temerity. And yeah, without Temerity, oof. Yeah, Fortify healing is something. There is Fortify on this tree, I believe. That is a lot of Fortify here. So you can get Giga Fortify from Dark Prison. This is kind of shit. This is also kind of shit, but it has the 100% absorb. So this is kind of good as like a panic button, or as something like you can like tank a big hit from like a boss or something. This is also kind of shit, because, I mean, the main reason to run Hellion Sting is to do Eviscerate, so you basically never choose this outside upgrade there anyway. So, yeah, so there's one really good way of getting Fortify, which is this. There might be more. Actually, not really, I guess. Yeah. But yeah, like Dark Prison is very good for Fortify. I wonder if I run it somewhere. Here's some Fortify, so let's see it. Okay, watch this, right? I'm pressing Dark Prison here. Boom, 50% Fortify. So, that was pretty good, yeah? And I just one-shot this pack, right? Pretty much. And there were not that many targets here. There's like 6 targets in this Dark Prison. Rampage. Yeah, but Rampage is really bad. Like, Rampage even is like a downside, I guess. Unless you have a build that really wants to kill your demons all the time. There might be effects like that. But it kills your demons all the time, so this is generally a downside, I guess. Maybe Paragon will have something useful for that. Yeah, there could be some healing or some life cycling or something like that on Paragons. But modern Paragon boards are like really bland and basically just like, okay, it's 50% damage, 60% damage, 50% damage, 60% damage, the end. So I don't really expect too much. Can you read the patch for Season 13 already? No, there will be no patch notes. Maybe let us will use more Paragon boards. Maybe. They haven't really talked about Paragon, so for now I don't really expect massive changes. Yeah, I think Paragon board rework is probably something for like expansion 3. I don't think they need to rework Paragons in a big way. One thing I would like to see, that would be like a relatively small change with a big impact, would be to reverse the power of glyphs and legendary nodes. And maybe generally lower the additive values you get from Paragons, from both the nodes and the glyphs. But basically, I think they should make way smaller primary effective glyphs, way larger legendary effective glyphs. Keep the secondaries as they are, just like fix some of those that are useless. And lower legendary nodes to maybe like 20-30%, like half them or so. So that basically we don't do this like weird like Paragon rush strategy where you just go legendary nodes and nothing else. And then later you respec your entire board, and then you actually start putting the glyphs, and you know, that's kind of stupid. It's like such an upside down system, I think. And most people hate respecing their Paragon boards, and I don't even recommend it anymore as a result. Like, I mean, yeah, it's technically the best strat, but no one wants to do it. So it's just stupid. And by making glyphs kind of like scale up over time way more than they do now, you could prevent that. With the demon command thing on the bar, we can only have 5 skills on the tree. Yes, but you're not forced to have the demon command thing. You can run without it. When is new letter in PoE 2? I expect 8 of May. You'd like to see glyph position able to overlap with other boards to make the rotation minigame matter a bit more. I'm not sure if people would appreciate a more complicated Paragon system. And they've been doing their best to like make it more and more bland over time. What will I do without Skeletal Warrior armor? Holy. Who's in my profile picture? It's a blend of the D3 Demon Hunter and the D4 Rogue. Modifiers for glyphs to change their shapes. I really wouldn't mind if you get like unique glyphs and mythic glyphs. That would be a very cool chase, but this might also be something for like a Paragon 2.0. Well, I guess technically we have Paragon 2.0, so Paragon 3.0. But yeah, I think something like the Timeless Jewels from PoE would be kind of cool, you know, something that changes nodes around the glyph, or that even changes the entire board to have different nodes, or something like that could be cool. Or something that is like conditional, like, okay, if you only have 4 Paragon boards, then you get this effect, or something like that, you know? There could be like lots of really cool things that that you could do with like unique or legendary glyphs. If Paragon starts at 70, does that mean more skill points? That means more skill points, yes. Stay tuned, all that in D5. Let's go. Auto chains to greater demons will be a good passive to toss any spare points into. Auto chains to greater demons. I don't know what you mean. Hello, Sep and Davers. Let us have as many balls as you want. I wonder if I'm gonna lift the restriction again. I'm not really feeling strongly either way. I think the 5 Paragon ball restriction is fine. I think lifting the restriction is fine. I think either way works. I mean, I guess the idea of making 5 Paragon boards and making them all extremely boring was to balance stuff a bit better. But the balance has clearly not arrived. So it would maybe just make sense to lift the restriction and give people more freedom. The Umbo chains that connect to Arcfiends, but you still have to cast them, no? They don't just randomly connect, I think. What do you think about T12? For you, it's a bad way to give us more hard content. Okay, what is a good way for you? Umbo chain epicenter should work without being on the barn. I strongly doubt it. Let's see. Umbral chains now always creates a chain link back to you. Additionally, whenever you summon a greater demon, a chain is created between you for up to 30 seconds. I'm not sure if I actually have footage here of when I had it spec'd without it being on the bar, but we can check. Here, 159. Honestly, Umbral chains is a skill I don't really like. I hate it in D2, and I don't think I will like it in D4. There is the one that spins though. The Hellfire version is kind of cool. So I like that one. Hi Dan. Well, this is old footage here right now, but yeah, it's pretty fun. Okay, here comes Epicenter. But I guess I just keep that skill on the bar all the time, so maybe I'll unspec it later and we'll see. For a good ways others to like wall plans, there must be an option to level the content. And what do you want? I don't know what you mean. Like Torment 1 through Torment 12 is not really different from Last Epoch Corruption or PoE map tiers. I mean, PoE has 16 map tiers, and no one complains about that. So what's the difference with what's the difference with like Torment 12 and D4? It's basically the PoE system. You know, you have 12 difficulties instead of 16. You have an Atlas Passatory in the form of wall plans. It's literally the same shit. What's the problem? We have a link for all legendary aspects we saw. Yeah, Ignition linked the sheet earlier. Let's go into this here. Oh shit. What do you have here? Okay. Okay, wait, let's see. So I changed my skill bar. Did I unspec it though? Oh no. Okay, so we removed all the points. So I can't confirm right now if the chain works when it's not on a bar, but I strongly doubt it works, to be honest. That seems kind of odd if that actually worked. I I don't think you want to just like put points into the chain, and even if it did that, it probably doesn't even do anything really, if it's not like a main skill, so... Do we get new skill tree and Paragon boards on Maxwell before season start? Skill tree for Warlock is there, but no other skill trees and no Paragon boards are expected. The only problem you see is having to go to a statue to change torment, a bit weird, maybe technical. I don't know, I guess you're not really gonna change your torment difficulty very much though, right? And there is sometimes this thing like, okay, like I'm in torment 10 and that works, but then I want to do lair bosses and maybe go down to torment 9, or, you know, there might be like other breakpoints like that where like, you know, certain loot unlocks or something like that, right? But yeah, realistically, you're not gonna change the difficulty very much. I don't think this is such a problem. I think what they need to do is they need to like massively reduce the pit timer to something like 5 or 6 minutes or something like that to have a successful pit run that unlocks the next difficulty. You know, there's like one big problem, which is that, you know, people struggle their way through like a 14-minute pit run, barely completed, and then they're like, heck yeah, I unlocked Torment 4, let's go, right? And then you go into Torment 4 and you get absolutely shredded because they have no business being there, and you can't kill anything, and then you go into a lair boss and it's literally like a half-hour fight. Because you just like went way too early when you shouldn't be there. So I think that's just, you know, you can just build like a noob protection basically by lowering the pit timer to make sure that people don't accidentally go to a difficulty they shouldn't be in. Like, you know, like the game is just not played at a pace where you complete a run in 14 minutes, right? This is not how you're supposed to do it. And no one finds it fun. So what's the point of even allowing that? And there's no PTR. A 40-minute pit would feel like actual hell. Yeah, that's what I mean though, right? Like people go in and I don't know, maybe they don't know what they can handle or how their build will go and so on, right? You just like open it. Like you open a pit 55 and you can kind of kill shit and you keep going, right? And then you're like 5 minutes in and you're like barely keeping up with the timer and like, okay, I'm gonna try it, right? And then you like struggle away through and you do it and like, okay, Torn 4 unlocked. Let's go Torn 4. You know, I unlocked it, so I should go there, right? And some people think like that. And then they go to Torn 4 and then they immediately just want to uninstall the game, right? So you can prevent that very, very easily. Surely they wouldn't think that's normal. Yeah. 10 minutes in tower already feels so much better. Yeah, I think 10 minutes in tower is fine. I think pitch should definitely be way lower though. Like tower, actually what I would like to see for the tower is just double the amount of progression required. So you're forced to go through like 2, 3, maybe 4 floors, like basically full clearing most of them. And it's generally like way faster paced. Because tower is also that problem. It has a shorter timer, but it's still extremely slow combat and extremely long and drawn out and so on. It's just not really that fun. Like Diablo 4 is just not fun as a slow game, basically. It doesn't have to be hyper fast, but if you fight like individual packs for like 3 minutes, you know, that's just that's just not it, you know? So all in lesser demon build can be a thing. Well, one thing that comes to mind is like eviscerate scaling with lesser demons. There's a Legion shard that does that, I think. Where's it? This one here. While an enemy is eviscerated, you summon demons, prioritize them, and gain 50% movement speed, and demonology skills gain a 2% chance to eviscerate enemies that are already eviscerated. Yeah, so if you have like, 30 demons out or something, and they're all like hitting like once a second, you'll get eviscerate procs relatively often. But I'm not sure if that would actually be like a better eviscerate build than just like casting this stuff yourself. But this could be one option. I guess another one is you just like spawn a lot of demons all the time, like this here with the spawn fragment with Agrom, and there is also a unique, I believe. Here, Agrom Schism. Agrom and summons deal increased damage. You additionally summon Agrom's other half and gain a second charge. Yeah, so basically, I guess this means double the amount of demons, and they do more. And Agrom spawns these like these wild crawlers or whatever they're called, demons. Let's see if I actually showed us somewhere here. So here we have Agrom. This is this guy here on the right, and he has these little crawlers. They're like from the other two, the wild spawn or whatever it's called. So if you have two of these guys, I think you can summon 8 or 10. We see the dots there. 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, it's 8. So you would have 16 of these guys. And then you can have a bunch of the lunatics or fallen grunts. What else is there for like lesser demons? There's like the wall you can do. Wall of Agony. Here, when it expires, the Bremen Brutes remain for 5 seconds and attack nearby enemies. So they should be like a bunch, and they can kind of spend this, but it costs 20 dominance. That's a lot. So one thing you can do is, since you have the Legion shard for this already, it says when 50 of your lesser demons die, your next greater demon skill casts costs no resource. But this is a lesser demon cast, so this doesn't work actually. And it's not a really good way to get a lot of dominance outside of transforming into demon form. And you get like a special attack that actually allows you to generate dominance, but it's like a relatively clunky cycle. So not really like a passive like summoner playstyle. What else do we have for lesser demons actually? Yeah, there's the sigil of summons, so that is kind of good, I guess. You can actually double your summons, but I'm not 100% sure here how this will work with like the Agrom. I don't think it will work with this. It summons a Hellrun that mimics your attacks by regurgitating related demons as you cast lesser demon skills. Yeah, so I guess this only works for the actual self-cast and not like for the random passive guys. But you can get extra summons here. These are like some, I don't know, kind of like Hound, Scorpion kind of deal. Or a Succubi. Yeah, I guess the main way to really get a lot of Solmas is from Agrom, I guess, in a spawn fragment. And you get actually so many that you can actually start sacrificing them for stuff. How will duplicate your lesser demons? Yeah, it will only, it says it duplicates your lesser demon skill casts. But I don't think this will count, for example, for the crawler spawns here. I don't think I tested a combo here. But I would be surprised if that works. The values might change till launch, or is the Warlock done until launch? Yeah, I'm sure that they gave us this version three months ago, and now they just all went on vacation, you know, for like 12 weeks. It could and probably should be more fun as a slower game. I mean, I don't mean slow as, like, you know, I don't think that slow is necessarily really slow, right? Like, I would like to go back to the pace of what we had back in like Season 0 and Season 1, for example. Where, like, you know, an elite fight was maybe like a few seconds, maybe with like a setup of like 2-3 skills. and then you blast them or something, and your combo point rogues, you know, this kind of stuff, right? So, you know, if like in a tower push, I fight an elite pack between like 5 to 20 seconds or something like that. So I think this will be extremely fun. This will be like the best kind of pace for the game. But, you know, if you fight an elite pack for like longer than like a half a minute or 1 minute even, then it really is too slow. Is there any good way to prep for D4 expansion outside of Warlock? Only thing I did was some Paragons. I mean, it's basically just like knowledge and theory crafting that will really help you right now. Otherwise, touch some grass. Fill up your fridge. There will be a new season, yeah. What is the most promising build I played during the walkthrough? I mean, nothing that I did here really mattered because it was pretty rushed. Not really synergistic, no items, you know, no endgame stuff. So I think like the absolute most promising thing when it comes to low-level Warlock is Hellion Sting, actually, the basic skill. Unless they Giga nerfed it. But that ability can just kind of like solo carry you through leveling. Especially in a campaign where you have to fight like bosses at various points and so on. I think that will be an extremely strong tool. And then after that, I mean, you know, we kind of expect a variety of builds to be extremely strong on the Warlock, right? If you look at Paladin, you know, we had like, I think 16 Paladin guides on max roll in season 11. we reduced them now to like 12 or 13 or something. But yeah, we expect a lot of builds, right? Monkat US. Did you find Warlock squishy? Yeah, the main problem I had here was that I just didn't have any healing, right? Like, there's like no healing on this entire tree. And the only like sort of healing I have is like 45 from Dark Prison. And I was just like wasn't running it in most setups. I think this will be better once you get like life one hit and so on. It's just that I didn't have any sustain and I was also like constantly distracted with the skill tree and trying to, you know, figure out what was going on. So I wasn't even looking at my HP most of the time. Like sometimes you see me walking around for like 2 minutes with like half HP because I just don't press the potion. Yeah, I didn't have a Merc either. Like Radiana would heal you and stuff like that, right? So new Mercs. I could imagine they give us an Amazon Merc, but we'll see, I guess. Like, people want their Amazon fixed somehow, right? I think an Amazon Merc is, like, expected. They didn't say anything, but I absolutely believe there's gonna be an Amazon Merc. Mariana's Amazon Merc. No, she's a cannibal. Has nothing to do with Amazons. Nope. We go again. If you can get any info about item affix, change aspects, uniques, and it's guilty, or full blind surprise. It will only be a surprise if you don't watch my videos. But they will not be based on stuff they have explicitly said too much. But they'll be based on, you know, looking what we expect based on... It's basically inference, right? Look at a Paladin. I will be mostly looking at a Paladin to deduce what is going to happen. Because the Paladin is technically, officially, an expansion class. How long is PTR? Around 0 days. Has D4 added enough endgame with the expansion to make it worth checking out for a PoE1 player like me? Yes. PTR is a live game. Yeah. Indeed. What are the stats for the Demon Form basic attack? Is it a usable generator for leveling? I'm not sure if I tried it in this here. I think at some point I did the Demon Form stuff. Let me see if I find it maybe. But I don't really expect that you can just like basic attack your way through. But you might be able to do like some sort of like very dominance hungry build. Like something like Rampage or something, right? Rampage is actually not so hungry. I think it's like 10. Yeah, it's 10. And I believe the basic attack generates 4 dominance. So basically 2 swings plus passive regeneration, and you can do a Rampage. So not that terrible, I think. Could even do something like this here, right? So I guess you would. I guess you wouldn't have to choose any of these upgrades. I don't think you would care. You would just like go into Metamorphosis and you kind of you stay. Here it actually says it does 65% damage, by the way. So there you go. Can you keep this? Wait, how does it work? All Arcfiend Demon Form skill variants. So the problem with that is that this includes Rampage. And then Rampage will be the jump. It says it only replaces non-Hellfire skills. If you do this, it doesn't replace any skill. I don't think you even get the basic attack. So you probably have to do this, but it will just replace it. So you can't actually... I don't think you can stay in demon form and cast Rampage, for example. So that is kind of the problem. You could do something like this here, but I don't think Wall of Agony will really be like a build. Or Tortured Wretch. Rampage will be a build, but these other two, I don't expect much. They're in the defensive category. Yeah, it replaces everything, so... There is this here where it does not replace any skills, but I think you don't get the claw attack either. So then you don't get this generation of dominance. And here it says it replaces non-Hellfire skills. And if you want to do a Rampage, for example, this is a non-Hellfire skill, so it will be replaced. Yeah, so this doesn't actually really help you. So there's not really any dominance generation that is like really good, I feel. There is the Legion Shard that allows you to cast stuff without consuming resource. So that's kind of the big thing. Using 2 stacks of Shadow Form grants 1 dominance. But yeah, losing 2 stacks of Shadow Form will take you also roughly a second or so. So with the subjugation fragment, you could kind of double your dominance income or so. But also it consumes all, increasing the damage by 0.65 per dominance consumed. That seems so bad, man. 0.65% per dominance. Your maximum is 30. So the maximum you can get here is 19.5%. Like, seriously? For 30 dominance. Like, that is so shit, man. What the fuck? And then there's like this, okay, you get dominance faster, I guess. But you don't actually cast stuff faster, so this potentially is even a downside. Because I think it's more about casting faster than it is about getting this like tiny damage upgrade there. This just seems so weak. 3 more Barbers and a 3 Greater Demon. Yeah, this is like the real combo here. I don't actually need a fragment here, so I don't know which one you do. I probably just do the spawn fragment anyway, just because. And then, yeah, for every 50 lesser demons that die, your next Greater Demon skill cast has no resource cost. And the combo for that is to go Bombardment. You can spam it, it's a core skill. You get the upgrade where you get a +1. It's here. Which one is it? Wait, this is the wrong skill here. So Bombardment is here. Yeah, +1. So it throws 4, and it becomes 5. And then a 4 additional here. So you get 9. And then you go Sigil of Summons, and you have the Hellworm. And the Hellworm doubles it, so you get 18. You cast it like 2 times per second, you get like 36 per second. In 1.5 seconds, you get 50 kills. You get a free Greater Demon. And Greater Demon can be a lot of different things. So this can be the Rampage. This can be the Field of Abaddon if you want. Ultimate, by the way, which you can make cost resources. So you can do this here. And then you can choose, for example, that. And then you can do this. And then you can, you know, that's kind of crazy, I think. So there's certainly a build here with Fiend of Abaddon and with Rampage, I think. Both of these. Technically you can do some stuff like Torture of Wretch, which is a Greater Demon. So you can basically become kind of invincible if you do this here, I guess. With the Taunt. So you can expand Bombardment, and then every 1.5 seconds you can cast a Torture of Wretch that absorbs 100% of your life. So that is pretty good. For that purpose, you can just be like Giga Tank if you want with that. What else we have here? Tyrant's Grasp is technically a Greater Demon skill, but this is not something you would do with that combo, I think. I guess Profane Sentinel is like a candidate though. You can put a bunch of totems. If you want to play a totem build, basically, this is kind of that. It does have a bit of a setup though, because you have to do like a few casts to get the free summon. Are we at the point of nothing to play, just the full waiting room? No, there's Torchlight on first day though. And I'm gonna do a bit of PoE. With Mastermind Shard, you spend 2 Shadowform stacks on recast skills. Wonder if you can get it rolling for dominance. Yeah, the problem with recast skills is they don't really do much after you recasted them. Like, you don't want to just stand there and recast spam a thing, because it doesn't really do anything most of the time. So, like this here, I think this has recast, right? Okay. Yeah, so basically here the recast is just like it turns around and points in the other direction, and that's the only thing that recast does on the Profane Sentinel. This is the eye. And it's kind of similar here with like the Abyssal Titan. It becomes a recast skill, and then you can like let him like drop down from the sky and reposition him. But you don't actually want to do this. It's actually a DPS downgrade to do this, because it has like too long of an animation, basically. You have a potential combo where Profane Eye deletes bosses and rams forever. How does delete and forever combine. Had it shown any of the tree for the other classes? Nope. Maybe there'll be some aspect that causes an explosion when you cast them. I mean, they have shown, was it a unique here? Sigil of Summons? No. Do I have to refresh this? No. Terrastorm is a big boom on cast or rampage. Yeah, Terrastorm is not a recast skill under any circumstance though, is it? Oh, actually there is. Stays in place and deals damage by it. Recast to command a zone to move. And then, what boom are we talking about here? You mean just the actual cast? Yeah, but this is just like on a summon, I guess, right? And then it becomes a recast skill. So you're not gonna get this boom every time you press it. It ramps until it deletes. Yeah, I mean, it's 25% more damage per second, and let's assume that ramps forever, and it's multiplicative. After 4 seconds, it's double damage. After 8 seconds, it's triple damage. After 12 seconds, it's quadruple damage. And if you're talking about 12 seconds, you're already talking about a long fight, right? When it comes to like sort of farming here. So I could see this to be like potentially useful for like, okay, you want to do Uber Mephisto on Torment 12, and you're not ready. Then, okay, maybe there is some build here that kind of makes sense. But then the other problem is you have to kind of like keep the enemy in this like range, and the eye needs to look at it. Like the boss can't move. So I think this is like full cope, honestly. If you ask me, this is like absolute fucking cope. Like this is not happening, man. So I mean, okay, it says it's locked on the same enemy, but I'm not sure if it will actually follow a target when it moves. I don't think so. Even if it does, you know, most bosses have phases and this kind of stuff, right? Hey, Wonkus. Rakanov's Wake. Wait, what do I want to do with Rakanov's Wake? Ah, for the recast skill, you mean? Oh my god. I don't think this even works with the shard, right? Vanguard shard, Inferno. Your Hellfire skill, damage causes you to emanate fire. Yeah, okay. I'm not really sure what to think of this, to be honest. Like, if I hit like an entire pack, like let's say I hit like 10 targets, I do 1000% damage, and then I get like 300% and this is like blasted to everything. Like, I wonder if this actually is some giga AoE thing, basically. If it actually takes all of the damage against all of the targets and then gives me like some big boom. That seems insane. This might be like some giga AoE thing here. Hardcore event of expansion is gonna go crazy. Yeah. Big boom is pretty. I mean, if you want a really big boom, where do we have it? Yeah. Where do I spec into the apocalypse? Wait, I missed it. Here it is. Sounds like Andariel bait. Yeah, I mean this thing seems really good actually. The Vanguard shard. So we're talking about how there is like not really a lot of competition for Vigilist Abyssal Fragment because it has 100% damage echo. All you need to do is like stack Hex a little bit, which is relatively easy to do. thanks to Sigil of Subversion. Hex increases critical strike chance against affected characters by 15%, stacking up to 45%. Oof. So that's already kind of insane. So just by itself, hexing stuff is kind of good. And then you get 100% damage echo, and it removes the stacks of hex, and then you have to reapply them. So I'm not sure how fast you stack the hex, really. But I think I was using it at some point here as well, and it seems to like go pretty fast. But yeah, otherwise, this Inferno Fragment, it seems really insane too. It depends on how it works exactly. But yeah. While you are volatile in demon form, Hellfire skills causes you to emanate fire for 2 seconds. Dealing 30% of that damage to close enemies periodically over 2 seconds. Yeah, to me this sounds like it takes all of the damage you deal. So if you hit an entire pack and you do 30% of that, you know, again to everything. Which means that you massively boost your output against every single target when there's like a certain critical mass of enemies, right? And then you have like no single target basically. Yeah. Like, is there actually a Hellfire skill that has good single target damage? Not Blazing Scream in my book. Hellfracture is also mostly just an AoE clearing skill. And so is the Umbral Chain. And so is Apocalypse. I mean, there is this thing here on Apocalypse, with the 50% of the damage is split among all enemies in the area, so that helps a bit. But then you have the other problem that if you want to play Apocalypse, you will play probably Doom Bomb, and then you'll have to like stack it, and then you stack it slower when there's only one target. So that kind of like eats up this entire advantage. So it's Tyrant's Grasp, actually. That is what it is. 100% damage against unstoppable area. Demonic Grass. And we already have the right shard here as well. Vanguard Shard. Tyrant's Grasp now summons 2 additional demon hands that each deal 100% damage. Does it actually go up on the tulip? Not here. So this is what you would do, I guess. I don't really believe in this Infernal Breath. I guess technically Infernal Breath is like a single target ability. And maybe you can actually get to the point where this actually does some boss damage. But I don't really believe in it. There's like a 25% damage ramp. Then you like the channeled thing. Or something. Or maybe even this. $100x just like that. Back in my day, 25x was meta. Lunatic, I think, has a Hellfire version, no? No, it has an Abyss version. And these are... here, actually, this is a Hellfire version. But I mean, I don't expect anything from these guys, to be honest. I'll be kind of cautious about basic skills. And realistically, if you want to use Lunatics, then there's gonna be a helm for that, right? You know it's cooked when there's a 2000x on multi in that thing. Yeah, exactly. Hellion Sting, Hellfire. Your 4th Hellion Sting transforms into demon form. Increase a wide area. Hellion Sting is now a Hellfire skill. And you can do Eviscerate. Now, will that work? If you do Hellion Sting, you have to do Eviscerate. The question is, will this work with this? While you are volatile, Hellfire skill damage causes you to emanate fire. It might work. So maybe you can spam Hellion's thing and do eviscerate stuff and then do single target like that. The problem is, you don't want to use this upgrade, you want to use this upgrade. This is like the big thing to do single target. Because it's like multi-hits. But I guess it could be something there. Tailspire seems better. Yeah, but it's not a Hellfire skill. Like, you specifically are locked to Hellfire skills if you want to use this. Like, I'm just wondering, like, how would you do single target? But I think this is basically... It's gonna be Tyrant's Grasp. I think Tyrant's Grasp would be a really good option. That is, like, naturally kind of like a decent single target skill, I think, with the multi-hands all overlapping and stuff like that. And you also pull them in. Like, this is gonna be very nice. I guess a Sigil of Chaos. Sick. Yeah. There's also, wait, there's also a Hellfire upgrade here, right? Creates lava trails for 350 damage. This is actually relatively high value. 350. Yo, Blue Days. Thank you for the 2 years. In the end, it's all about finding the 8,000 times damage bug and exploiting it. True. Also, I realized we have a unique for every one of the like soul shard demons. But one is missing here, right? Yeah, they didn't show the Tazarov is the largest one. Bodian is the Hound. And then Agrom. So there's nothing for Valak, I guess. Volak. I don't know any aspects of Paragon boards. Brimstones could be nice. Yeah, I mean, Paragon boards, I wouldn't really expect much there. And we do have an aspect for Brimstone already. So there needs to be like some other support, like for unique, I guess. I think like a Paragon board for just Brimstones would be like way too specific. Isn't it a bit risky for Blizzard to launch a new skill tree without bigger testing? Yeah, of course, but on the other hand, it's also like way more hype, right? When everything's unknown. So I think that's more important. Taz would be a great soul shard demon for leveling. Yeah, he just kind of like does a lot of stuff, right? Weaken, vulnerable, good damage as well. Like this guy can just destroy packs on his own as well. Slow. You gain shadow form. Short cooldown. And it doesn't even cost dominance, actually, I just realized. It's only a Warlock that costs dominance. The others don't actually cost any resource. Now, I would like to know where the fuck do the ranks come from? This guy has, here, the 6 ranks. Is it just like based on level or something? I guess it might just based on character level or so. Sork has a Paragon bot for Crackling Energy. Yeah, I guess so. But on the other hand, I mean, Crackle is not just a carry, it's also like a utility effect, right? For like any lightning build. But yeah, Brimstone does not really fulfill that role. He does extra damage per attack just passively. Yeah, and also passive weaken, Wolen is on. Yeah, it's definitely a very good demon. Like when you have nothing else, just this guy, or maybe I guess Agrom is probably like really good just because they have like a bunch of guys. But they deal 15% damage per swing. I mean, that's kind of oof. You're only really gonna notice on single target and nothing else. Where you press Command Tazaroth and it just like murders an entire pack, right? So this is just kind of nice. Yeah, Shaco is worse now. But also, I mean, Shaco might be better because it might be the only real goods of cooldown, for example, right? Or maybe you actually really care about defenses now. You know, maybe you can't equip Petition because you're just gonna die with it in turn 12. So it's kind of hard to predict that. You can spam Draglaw to spend Shadow Form stacks on it, also casting around a Great Demon to gain extra dominance. Yeah, that's a good combo. Draglaws is very good here. There's like this Encircling Terror. Consume 1 stack of Shadow Form to also conjure claws. And then there's like the Mastermind Subjugation Fragment. Losing 2 stacks of Shadow Form grants 1 dominance. So you can like spam your big demons relatively easily. And even without Encircling Terror, you will spend 1 stack of Shadow Form roughly every cast or so. So like once or twice a second, just like naturally, plus every cast. So you can probably lose something like 3 to 4 Shadow Form stacks per second and get actually quite a lot of extra dominance. So you can maybe roughly triple your dominance, like 3 dominance per second would probably be possible. On Druid with neurotoxins and permapulse. Yeah, I wonder if they're gonna do anything but Godslayer. Man, can I log in already, by the way? And get 4 Shadow Form per second with Metamorph. Yeah, the problem is not generating the Shadow Form, the problem is spending the Shadow Form. And for Terror Demon, you only need 50% cooldown, assuming there's no, like, Metamorphosis duration temper. I guess that's probably not gonna be a thing. Sigil Subversion says you don't do Shadow Form for 2 seconds while moving. Let me see that sigil real quick. Grants you 1 form of Stinger Form, you can have other 3 trails. While within a trail, your Shadow Form loses no stacks while moving, yeah. So it grants you 1 every second, and then you don't lose them when you do this, yeah. Yeah, I think Sigil of Subversion is gonna be generally very useful. If you don't have any of the like other shards that you really want to use, you go Abyssal Fragment with the Echo, you hex them here, and Sigil of Subversion just does that for you. And if you want to spend 48% of your life, you can like instantly trigger this thing. But maybe you actually don't really care about activating it. Because I think just putting it on the ground should already hex them. So maybe you can actually do this and not lose half your life all the time, because you have to heal that life somehow. And that might not be that easy. And actually here gets a movement speed, at least early on, is going to be kind of useful. I think that's a typo sanitizer. You're curious how Sigil of Subversion works in Grand Shadow form? Yeah, it's just kind of like you walk along, and maybe I have like some clip here, let me see. I don't have anything listed. Maybe I can find it. Wait, this number 2 is that the health fraction? Is that the sigil? That's the sigil actually, so I have it here on the bar, let's see. But I didn't use the upgrade where... here, this is the sigil, the pink one. Yeah, here, I think we see the trails. I think this is the trail from the sigil. You see it? It's like kind of just like floating away. You can see it a little bit here to the top. Yeah, this is this. Anyone else not going to play as Warlock at the start? You're looking into a new Paladin skill tree? Yeah, I do expect Paladin is still going to be very popular, because I expect they're going to be strong anyway. And they're going to be like a good amount of familiar versus fresh. Like, I guess the safest choice to do is play Paladin. Because you already know it's going to be good. That's because it's like one of the 2 new classes basically, but it's not entirely new, so we know what's going on, but there's still going to be like some stuff to explore. Where like all the other classes are like complete wildcards. And okay, Warlock, I guess it's going to be OP, but Warlock is like a relatively complicated class. When I expect the skill trees to be out for all classes? In 16 days. Just one Fiend of Abaddon leap. Still think it will be funny to see the base classes be stronger than the other expansion classes. I mean, it can very well happen, you know. One little bug creeps in, or even without a bug, you know, there might be an oversight on, you know, certain combos that we can do. And the game is certainly becoming a lot more complicated. And there's going to be a lot more potential for stuff to slip through the cracks, even if it's not bugged. So, you know, I could very well see that, you know, there's going to be some set on like the Druid or something that makes it just like giga OP with the right skill or something like that, right? So... just one Fiend of Abaddon leap and DLC DPS probably, but it will look cool, yeah. Yeah, I think the Backpack Demon is going to be relatively disappointing. I don't expect too much of that. They are ravens. How complicated I mean Warlock is. I mean, it might just be that it's just the skill tree stuff, maybe, you know. But it's like, you have to think about like several things at once, you know, and Warlock, I think it kind of shines through a lot. Like, you look at the class mechanic, right? And the class mechanic itself already offers you 12 different choices. You know, you have 4 times 3. And with that comes also the other decision of, will you put the demon on the bar, or will you not use it? Or what will you do with that demon? Maybe you want to buff it as well, you want to use the unique for it or not, or something. But, you know, just like the fragments themselves kind of give you like so much kind of like to build into all at once, then you have to really start figuring out things. right? And it's just this one example here earlier with the Inferno Fragment. Okay, like here we have like Giga AoE damage, but only if we do Hellfire. So first of all, we have to figure out, okay, which Hellfire skill do we use? And then how do we do single target damage? That is ideally also Hellfire, so we have synergistic scaling, right? And then you have to like think about this. Or then you have like the other Ritualist Fragment here, and then the Abyssal with the Hex. So you have to think about, okay, how do I get Hex in there? And not just that, but I want to get Hex fast. And then you think about the options. Okay, there's Doom that can Hex stuff, and there's like especially the Sigil here. And then you kind of want to do this thing here with the Blood thing. So now, okay, you use the Sigil, you try to get enough cooldown to cast it often enough, and then you also try to get enough healing. So how do you get the healing now? Well, now I have to go like Dark Prison, because that's the only thing that gives us any sort of like healing or fortify in any reasonable value. Or maybe this thing here, but you need like a lot of dominance generation then, which you can't really get since we have this fragment now. So now we have to solve your healing somehow if you want to use the Sigil to hex stuff to get this big effect here. And you know, all these kind of little things. And then it's also like, okay, like sometimes you have to like cast, like do recast skills or something like that maybe. Or, you know, the hex skills here or the overpower there. So how do you get all these things, right? How do you get vulnerable? How do you get weaken? How do you slow enemies? Because there might be conditional effects based on all these. So there's like a bunch of stuff that you can try to combine, which is good because there's many options and, you know, builds don't necessarily look exactly the same. Like you can play a certain main skill and scale it completely differently. And that is actually the thing that makes it interesting, right? But on the other hand, you also need to like, you know, think about the different options to actually solve all those problems every time. Yeah, this is not damage on Tuesdays. It's just kind of like trying to figure out the mechanics, right? And trying to like solve the problems that arise as you go, basically. For people that want to make their own build, it's find a skill you want to be a thing, find a shard fragment that suits you, pick up ultimate and align thematically. Yeah. I mean, it will depend a little bit on like what sort of like unique and Paragon support we're gonna get later. You know, they can very well see like, you know, Paragon boards that require you to, you know, I don't know, have a minion active, or, you know, do something with a recast skill, or do something with an abyss skill, or something like that, right? And yeah, maybe you can like kind of naturally integrate this because your main skill does that already. Or maybe you have to like think about that then. Like it's like, okay, I got my vulnerable, I got my weaken, I got my slow, I got my hex. Okay, what next? Oh shit, now I have to do this thing as well, right? And this might actually like kind of set off a chain reaction of, okay, now I have to adjust this thing and get that thing and maybe try to trigger a certain skill with like an aspect or whatever. Critical thinking, not on my watch. Instructions unclear, all basics on bar. Yeah, or maybe all pink skills on the bar. It looks pretty. Is the meta life stacker a thing? Well, that depends on the exact values that we're gonna have and what they're gonna do with this, but this seems ridiculous. This seems like it's gonna go in the direction of like old overpower. It's basically old overpower from the concept, right? More life, more damage. So that is dangerous. But it will come down to like what are the life values in the end, right? Maybe this is just like a very small effect, and you, like the maximum you can squeeze out is like 20% bonus, then I'm like, okay, whatever. But if you can squeeze out 200% bonus, then this looks quite different, right? Do a poll and see what class people are gonna do on launch. Actually, I can do that. I'm kind of curious. He's the pole, guys. So that's it. Stagger bar. Dude, this fucking stagger thing. Like, this seems like the worst thing you could ever do, man. I mean, unless you can break it, I guess. If you can break the stun, but a 5-second stun, if you don't have a CC break, you're just fucked, right? So, it's just ogre. Does this thing, it gives you immune. I'm not 100% sure if you can use it while you're CC'd. I guess it does work. Usually immune skills allow you to be used. But I don't really want to do this one though. No one better be voting for Barb. Wait, what's this Barb discrimination? Okay guys, more votes. Okay, 60% on Warlock. 13% on Necro, what is going on? Okay, we need more votes here, this is like way too little, guys. Holy. No Meteor enjoyers? What is going on? Dude, Paladin, 1 vote, really? That seems insane. Interesting. I guess everyone played a lot of Paladin lately, so... It will be 1% Druid. Yeah. This seems optimistic here. This is like the danger vote. You surprised about Necro? Hey, the thing about Necro is... I think Necro will get by far the kind of the biggest upgrade compared to other classes. Because it's just like so far down bad, right? It can only get better. Not playing new class is crazy. I don't know. I can see why you wouldn't. Imagine a stagger stacks while you stagger to get perma stagger. They are all new classes, yes. Okay, definitely interesting to see here. 60% Warlock. But it is less than normal. I think when I did these polls for Paladin, it was definitely way more Paladin. When I did this poll for Spiritborn back then, it was a lot more Spiritborn. So I think we definitely see that people are doing the other classes too. And I guess that after, you know, at least season 13, after the first character or something like that, people are probably just gonna distribute, you know, across everything. Druid is pretty mediocre. You think. Plan is Warlock, Barb for second character. I would actually like to make a poll for second character. A lot of rogues, actually. 10% rogue. Holy. I think I'm gonna do the same, actually. A Warlock into rogue. That's my plan. Gonna make a 50k HP Warlock. Equip that Shaco. Double life scaling and then double rank scaling. Let's go. Orbital for Blazing Scream is basically Boulder without the amulet. I don't know about that, man. Think Shapeshift lock will be any good? Yes. I think actually almost every build will run Metamorphosis right now. Nah, I think the Orbiting Blazing Scream is really terrible. It orbits very slowly, and then you have to like channel it to make it go faster, and it just like feels clunky, I think. And you can't spam it. It's only one thing that orbits here. It is useful for some purposes, I guess. It can like apply vulnerable and stuff, I think. Or maybe that's like the other one. I know, this is the one where you like put it in place. Here's the orbit thing. Extends demon's form and hit enemies. So this could be something where you can like, go into demon form without having the skill on the bar necessarily, for example. Or I guess it could also be like, for example, early on, you can do this and then a Terror Demon upgrade, right? Which has a 15-second duration and then 30 seconds cooldown. So you can actually go in and then stay in demon form by using the orbital. And you just have to tap it like every 10 seconds. And then like slowly hit some stuff here and there and you actually stay in the form. I'm not sure how much it extends the demon form exactly. It also has a knockdown, which is not terrible. But it has the movement speed, and the movement speed means it orbits faster, I guess. So yeah, that's like basically like a bunch of like extra passive damage you do. I think for leveling this could be pretty good, to be honest, early on. It kind of just deals extra AoE damage, it can extend your demon form. Then I guess the other problem is that while leveling, first of all, it'll still be somewhat inconsistent because sometimes you just don't get a reset, I guess. And the other thing is that you don't really have any sort of life scanning yet. You definitely don't want to do any of these two. And then you have the extra skill ranks, but you don't have extra skill ranks in here because, well, you don't have any points until, you know, until like level 30 or something, I guess. You're probably not gonna have any points in anything besides getting all the upgrades and maybe a bit in a core skill. And then you slowly start ramping it up, right? Like you have 6 skills with 4 points each. So 24 just to like have the skills on your bar. Maybe in the case of a Warlock, only 5 skills. So this would be like 20 points. But yeah, it definitely takes a little bit before you can even start putting in so many points to then get the rank sharing. You don't want to fall for Roomba skull bait. Yeah, I mean, I tried it a little bit. I didn't like it too much, to be honest. It seemed kind of eh. Let me see if I find it. "49 minutes. Yeah, somewhere here. Let's see. You thought this was a filter. You cooked, dude. They should announce Campfire next week? Yeah, probably. I guess I announce it next week and then do it like right before the launch or something. I'm not sure what they will actually show us in a Campfire. I guess it's gonna be a little bit of like teasing some things or the classes. A little bit of like building hype and stuff. But I kind of wonder what they will show us that we don't already know. At least in the big picture. So here you see this thing, right? Like it also behaves very weirdly. Like this looks so weird how it like moves because it kind of moves with you. The big boom is bad. You mean Apocalypse? I think Apocalypse would actually be a pretty big build. It has a lot of damage and you can cast it pretty often if you try. That is a bigger tree. Are the claws looking strong or weak? Yeah, Dreadclaws looks pretty good. I expect Dreadclaws to be actually one of the like main builds for the class right now. It's just kind of like simple and effective and has good synergies from what we know. Don't hate on my Apocalypse Brimstone build. Oh no. It's cool, Junior Sepp. I think Warlock is more fun than Pally. I don't know. I mean, it's gonna be fun just because it's new and there's tons of builds, and you know, there will be some build that anyone can enjoy, I guess. You know, if there's like 20 builds on a Warlock, then there's gonna be some build that you will like for sure. So look at Druid, crazy rate is 100x plus and everything runs it. Yeah. I think it'll be a case of Core Skill and Demon Form. Yeah, like the way it is designed right now, for sure. I think it will be very hard to justify not running Metamorphosis. It is extremely strong. So we'll see. Abyssal Hell Fracture will possibly be on top. What is so good about the Abyssal Hell Fracture? Pulling enemies inwards, and that's Abyss skill. And it has like the unique for it, right? Do I do the Abyssal Hell Fracture somewhere? Let's see. I think right at the start, maybe? Am I not seeing it? So I remember right at the start here I do a Hell Fracture, but I'm not sure if I use the Abyssal one. Let's see. The tree kind of looks the same. You're expecting like twice the length. It is significantly more stuff on the tree. Apocalypse without any bonus ranks is 1400% weapon damage. It's quite a lot, yeah. I think the Doom Bomb is gonna be the key to make Apocalypse work. Because I think the skill says you can't reduce the cooldown in any way, so I guess this will be like only Flicker Step. But you know, Flicker Stepping 10 times on the boss is not ideal. So realistically, this is not a thing. And the only way to do it is through Doom Bomb, because you can actually kind of cast it pretty fast. And you don't have to go Flicker Step, you don't have to invest into this kind of stuff. Yeah, okay, so I think... Yeah, I don't think I played the Abyssal Hell Fracture here. So maybe you can find like another clip from someone or so. But I'm gonna show this real quick with the Doom Bomb. Yeah, 24 minutes. It's like in the dungeon here. So we have these Umbral chains here, and basically every Hellfire damage hit gives you the stacks. I have 100 stacks here on the Doom Bomb. This is like the number 3. This is the ultimate. And here I cast it, and there's the boom. Okay, didn't really do that much damage now to kill it, but you know, imagine I invest into this. But you see how fast I get it back? I already have 50 stacks again. And there's only like 3-4 guys, yeah. And like a few hits. So even on single target, you can actually generate these stacks pretty fast. You look at this, how fast it stacks. There's like I have 59 stacks. This guy walks in. 61, 64, 68. So, you know, if you imagine like a boss actually is standing there and tanking hits, this thing would stack up pretty fast, and you can cast it like every few seconds, I think, with full stacks or nearly full stacks. I don't think you necessarily have to do full stacks. Look here, I'm actually casting a Doom Bomb. 1, 2. It's like a second in between, maybe. Here's another one. It was like smaller now. But yeah, in like packs, you can basically put down a few of these Umbro chains and just let it spin. You do like 1, 2, 3 Umbro chains or something and just let them spin. How long do they last actually? So let's say that. No. So let's try to count this maybe. Okay, we can watch this one here actually. I need to do a stopwatch. I think it's 5 seconds for one chain. Yeah, it seems like it's 5 seconds. How many turns is it? So it's like 1, 2. Wait, it's kind of hard to see, man, because there's 2. It also seems to do like a bit more than 1 full turn. Okay, it seems like it lasts 5 seconds and does 10 turns. That's actually kind of crazy. I don't have the damage numbers on to see if it actually hits on every single turn, but I guess it does that. I mean, if you look at like how fast it stacks the Doom Bomb, right? Like I cast the Doom Bomb, and I already have... Okay, I guess the Doom Bomb explosion itself actually gives you some stacks. I have 7 stacks here. Now we have 10, 11... 26... 27... Actually, I changed it. Let's try to see that again with the Doom Bomb stacks. And this is just 2 guys here. We have 0 stacks. 1. This is also the chain itself. 3, 6, 9, 11, they're dead. Okay, 12, this was the chain itself. 15. So here's like the first swing, it hits these 3 guys. 26. Yeah, so I think it hits 10 times all around. For every chain you cast. For every target. Look how fast it stacks up. I have 11 stacks. 30, 50, 70, 80. And this is like 2, 3 guys there. Again, doors on map. And this was before they changed doors to be open. Hey, Clubber. I just wanted good dot build. Cope. Is that too much to ask? Yeah, Warlock doesn't actually have much dots going on besides the Eviscerate, I guess. I don't think there's even like any burn or something. Which is kind of surprising, I feel, right? I feel like there should be burn at least. And also like Abyss stuff, I mean, you know, I would expect something like Corruption from WoW Warlock or something. I don't think there's anything over time, though. Ignition, Brimstone Hater gonna be in tears. Apocalypse Brimstones deals 660 base damage, and then it's the aspect that makes Brimstones into lava pool. Yeah, but the thing is, you have this cooldown problem, right? If you do the Brimstone thing, it's this one. And you have to channel it. I can show you what this looks like, actually. I have this. It's like one of the first things I've done here. So it does rain a lot. You see this? But the thing is, it's like all over the place. So this rain is the Brimstones. But some of them overlap here quite a lot. There's like 3, 4 overlapping. Do we have a good channeling build in E4? How about Lightning Storm? Incinerate. Dude, Incinerate is channeling and dot. Aren't you happy? Let's see when I use Apocalypse again. I think at some point I channel it like all the way. I guess I have Whirlwind Earthquake, that is a channeling build, kind of. I just tapped the Apocalypse here. I hope TB will be great again. Holy man. Let's go. You find a shelling when pushing. Yeah, I think this might be a build that will actually destroy AoE, but I think it will have not any single target damage. That's the problem here with this. And also, I mean, I'm not sure how you're supposed to survive this. Like, how do you stand here with like 3 elite packs like plowing? You know, like how are you gonna do this? I mean, yeah, look at this channel, right? And it does produce a lot of brimstone. That is all brimstone, basically, this entire like area. Its new class is probably going to be unkillable somehow. I mean... it seems relatively unkillable to me. Okay, Brimstone, explode into lava pools, dealing 260 of the damage over 5 seconds, standing in lava pools, grants your volatility. Now the thing is, I still have to trigger those Brimstones, right? Like, they don't just explode. I think they explode when enemies walk over them. Explodes if enemies remain near for 2 seconds. Oh my god, dude. Log out, man. Okay. Trust me, Reddit will complain about being one-shot all the time because they are all complete last cannons. Yes, that will happen actually. I mean, I'm definitely excited to see what Sanitizer will cook up with Brimstone. It's hard to declare anything like, you know, super OP or dead or something like that right now, right? Like, we only see, like, half the picture. But, I don't know, it doesn't look great for Brimstone. At least what I can say right now. I don't trust this. And I certainly don't trust that he stand there for 7 seconds. And then, like, okay, what's the point of this, right? Just think about it logically. Okay, you stand there for 7 seconds channeling the thing, but then it's not over, because in those 7 seconds the thing will fall all around you, so some of them will hit and some of them will not. And even when they fall on the right place, after those 7 seconds, let's say the final one actually also hits, right? You want to deal damage with all of them. Let's say the final one hits the target, then you have to wait 2 seconds for it to explode into a 5-second dot that the monster has to stand in. So we're talking about like 13 seconds of like uninterrupted, just like have enemies in the zone hitting you. You just tank it, you can't even press any other buttons. Okay, and then you have like absolutely no single target damage, right? Because on single target, like half the brimstones don't hit anything. You don't have trigger step resets. Like, what are you gonna do? Like, that sounds horrible, man. At least when it completes, you can retire in time to cast the next one, yeah. Imagine pushing on that build. Yeah, the main problem really is that you have like no single target, I guess. And also, I don't really see a good way to get single target. I mean, okay, there's like a brimstone specific aspect, right? So there are other sources of brimstone, and you can maybe try to do something like that, right? Where you try to scale 2 skills that both produce brimstones. So one is a big apocalypse, and then you have it here. So there is Hell Fracture. Instead, each cast creates 3 smaller fractures in front of you that erupt into 5 brimstones when you enter. Oh my god, man. So I have to like walk into it. Ugh. And then you have to do the same shit as well, right? It's gonna be all over the place. They're gonna fly, you know, somewhere. And then the enemies have to stand next to them and then be in the lava pool for 5 seconds. Yeah, it is a logout angle, man. I don't know what you're trying to do here, to be honest. I'm not doing that. Yeah, here, you can create brimstones. And you can even target it, man. Look at this. Crazy. You can choose where it lands. For 56% damage. It's gonna be wild, guys. Trust. Enjoy moving, losers. Says Evade GPT himself, man. And we're done with Hero Siege. For now I'm done, yeah. Can't wait to die to 2 falling swords while channeling. Yeah, let's make it 1 actually. Oh, look at that big explosion here. I'm actually channeling it. Look. Here it comes, guys. The apocalypse. I actually released it a bit too early for some reason. I didn't actually fully channel it. "100% there will be legendary aspects that sticks brimstone to enemies." I mean, if something like that is a thing, it's gonna be a huge turnaround for sure. But at least from what we know right now about brimstone, but I think you still have this general problem. There is 3 sources of brimstones right now. One is a basic, one is a core, and one is an ultimate. And, you know, multi-scaling is extremely difficult in this game, right? I mean, we have a little bit of like, you know, synergies there. They're all Hellfire skills. You can use Metamorphosis to share skill ranks. So like this, you know, it doesn't really matter that much with like, okay, how many points you put here and there. Like they're all gonna have good amount of skill ranks. So that's fine. Oh wait, you can't actually use Metamorphosis, right? Because you want to have Apocalypse on the bar, so unlucky. Yeah, I don't know. What are we dooming about? We're dooming about the apocalypse. The apocalypse is near. If you are to believe hand sanitizer, at least. A bad skill. Yeah, I was just ranting about the design of it. I mean, the idea is cool, but I don't think it's gonna be like a very useful skill. So, how viable do you see Minimaster for Warlock? It's tough to predict, but I think there's definitely gonna be some good minion builds. Either with like, you know, some of the big guys, like the Fiend of Abaddon, definitely is a thing. I think Rampage is definitely a thing. So focusing on a few big guys for sure. The Swarmers, I don't know. I don't really trust the Swarmer like playstyle, but the big dudes, they seem good. Swarlock squishy, yeah. I can guarantee you right now, if you don't have Metamorph on the bar, the build is not meta. And this is another ultimate build, right? I mean, Field of Abaddon is a build. Apocalypse is a build. Terraswarm. Yeah, maybe you can get away without Terraswarm on like the Deathball build, but that's kind of like the most interesting out of all of the skills that we would use for that. Roast my planner. Uh-oh. I didn't roast any planners yet, but let's see what we got here. Vanguard shard build. Okay. So we were talking about this earlier. Let's see what he cooked here. Command Fallen. The passive Lunatics. Okay, Bombardment. This is the passive one that just runs with you. Okay. Okay, you have the thing that you carry with you. Metamorphosis. Burn yourself. Okay. Sentinel. Wait, you're doing like the Eye Blast. Oh boy. And the Smash. Yeah, I think at least one of them has to go. I think you also have too many skills, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Unless you don't want to run your demon. I guess you don't really care about Abodian very much. I feel like Abodian is kind of like a shitty demon. So maybe just don't put him on the bar. Really. I mean, okay, if you get another source of healing, you definitely can get away without the Fortify, but I think if you have Dark Prison on the bar, you definitely want to get the Fortify early on, and this might be something for later. Yeah, I think you're gonna spend way too much dominance. Like, this needs to go. I think the Profane Sentinel will do nothing. I guess you're thinking, hey, I'm gonna like activate my Lunatics passively, I'm gonna press this a few times, and then I'm gonna spam Sentinel, but this thing costs 10 dominance. You can do it once every 10 seconds. Like, this is like not really doing much. The jump is nice to have, but you will never be able to use a jump because it will also cost 10 dominance if you use this here. Yeah, the thing is that Bombardment has like pretty abysmal damage. That's the main issue. Like, you have like no damage on this. Like, nothing here kills a boss. So, F. Dominance from Lunatic. Yeah, there's like, you get some, yeah, true, you get some dominance generation from one of the upgrades on the Lunatic, right? Is it this one? Every 15 times you hit enemies, you gain 1 dominance. Yeah, so just imagine the scenario, right? Okay, you have the shard, let's just say the shard carries your AoE damage, right? It's just OP for AoE. And then you arrive at the boss, and then you have 1 command Fallen Lunatic as second, hitting the boss. After 15 seconds, you get 1 extra dominance. So after 2.5 minutes, you get 1 free eye beam against the boss. So it's very, very cool, actually. I must say, this is insane. That boss better die, yeah. Hi, Jabun. New content idea review, Warlock Cooks. Hell's Kitchen. Okay, we can do another one. It was alright, guys. Let's go. Okay, we got Rampage, we got Hellion. Bombardment. Okay, we're kind of getting somewhere. Let's see. Sigil of Summons. Hellworm. Okay, I like it. Okay. Okay. I think you want to take this upgrade here. The Eviscerate that comes from the Hellion Sting should be boosted by the effects that affect this skill. So you definitely want to get the... I mean, it's only for 3 seconds, right? But generally most fights will be a few seconds, I guess, outside of the push. So... I mean, what do you need Round Regeneration for that badly? Bombardment is a relatively cheap skill, I think. It's like a very slow animation. I would definitely go this here if you're trying to do damage with it. But yeah, this is definitely on the right path here. Tail Spikes, Eviscerate, this is exactly what I will level with as well. And then we'll see about Rampage, how this will kind of like fit in. But it's kind of the AoE part here. And then you spam Bombardment to get free casts. Yeah, so you're doing everything right here, I think. The question is just, what the fuck is this? Like, what is the Fiend of Abaddon doing here? I think this thing has like no purpose. Like, yeah, you can cast many Fiends, but you're building Eviscerate with this and with this. You already have good single targets from spamming. And then, you know, whenever you can, you're just gonna do the Rampage anyway, and you get even more Eviscerates. I think doing this Abaddon stuff is completely worthless. So you can free this up for something else. You can probably go Metamorphosis, get the damage buff here. Maybe another of the sigils if you want to get hexes or something. Although crit and hex and stuff is probably not that relevant here. But yeah. Otherwise, it seems like pretty solid setup. You can do Nether Step. You can do Dark Prison. What do you have here? Legion. And you have the small guys, yeah. So this is roughly how I am also planning to make an Eviscerate focused build, actually. But the Abaddon, I think, has no purpose. Because why would you ever cast an Abaddon when you can cast a Rampage in this build? And they both require the same resource, and you can cast them exactly as, you know, as often, right? So you have to choose between one or the other. So one will just be dead weight, basically. I need to tell Rift to add the command demon skills, actually. We don't have them in the planner right now. I can't believe they decided to not increase early leveling time. I want 0 to 70 to take like 16 hours. I think that's a bit long. But I could imagine it might be longer anyway, just because you're gonna find less loot and so on. And honestly, looking at the campaign, like 12 minutes of gameplay that we saw from the Paladin, he went level 20 to level 21. And that took him, like, without cutscenes and stuff, probably at least 5 minutes for one level up. On the really low level. They said in one of the interviews they wanted to take the same time. Dude, I don't trust that at all. They also said they don't want campaign to be the best thing, and then, you know, we played campaign for like 6 seasons. So, I don't know. Okay, now people are linking their planners. Okay, let's see. That's kind of funny, actually. Okay, what do we got here? Vanguard Shard and Warden Fragment. Lose 1 dominance per second per close greater demon to extend the duration. Okay, is this a Profane Sentinel? No, this is a Terror Swarm build. With 1 point. Okay, that's the minimum of the points, I guess. There's a lot of unspent. Okay, so Sigil of Chaos, Blazing Scream, Bombardment, Infernal Breath, and Nether Step. Wait, I need to check this out. So you do the orbit. Okay, it's just like death ball build. This is a death ball build, basically. Yeah, okay, I see now. Now, I don't think you care about doing this Legion fragment, to be honest. What is it, Vanguard fragment? Like, you need 50% CDR to get Perma-Terra Swarm. It's not very hard to achieve. I think this is relatively wasted. It's just gonna like drain all of your dominance for no good reason. Because even without cooldown, you have 50% uptime. And if you get any kind of a little bit of cooldown, right, you basically make it permanent pretty easy. With just a few rolls, a bit of masterwork, and there you go. And you also want cooldown for the other skills anyway, right? Here, this thing is 10 seconds. Actually, it becomes 15, okay. What about this? Okay, this can be spammed, and this is 15. Okay, so I guess maybe early game you do this here. But I wonder if it's really gonna beat like Inferno Fragment, for example. This just seems so good. It just gives you 3 damage. And it's probably fine to have a little bit of downtime in the early game. You know, like you're gonna use it on the elite pack, you're gonna use it on the boss, you're gonna use it whenever you can, and that's fine. And you still have something going when this is not the case. Alright. Now you have Bombardment here. Yeah, it's kind of a busy build for sure. The thing is, I see there is no resource recovery here, so how do you get resources? You don't even have like a generator. So I think you probably have to replace Nether Step early on to get like a generator on the bar. Oh, you have Command 4 then, but wait, where are they? I see them here, but they're not on the bar. So you gain dominance there. I think what you really want to do is, you want to do this. You want to get the grunts. So first of all, they generate 10 wrath per hit while they're active, while you do other shit. So this is like kind of like the OP thing here for like leveling, for resources. You get 10 wrath per hit, you have 3 of those guys out, and they last 20 seconds. And you get dominance sometimes as well. So if anything, you want to do this, I believe. And not this. Like you get 1 per second passively, but you can just have these guys permanently out, and they just keep swinging and stuff. And they give you Giga Wrath. And then you get even more from like the bombardment spam and stuff. So this is kind of how I want to build this, I think. But yeah, I think overall this is a pretty solid concept here. I think this is kind of unnecessary with the Warden Fragment, outside of like very early game. For leveling, sure. But I think later you want to do this, for example, with Inferno. So you have like even more of this like same, like, you know, AoE synergy, basically, right? I wonder how the single target will feel. Spawns and kills 3 lesser demons per second, huh? So this synergizes with that here. Does it do anything else? Generates 1 additional wrath for every demon or enemy you have killed in the last 2 seconds. Also, I think you're trying to just do this like passively, right? I don't think these lunatics will spawn if you don't have it on a bar. You have to put it on a bar anyway. So I think this was probably your idea, right? But you need to put it on the bar. This will not just... They will not just like spawn. Makes enemies vulnerable. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure how the bites work exactly on this thing. Like, how much is 2 additional bites per second? Is it like full, double, like triple damage? I guess not. I think it bites like multiple times, but I'm not sure how much it does. So this could be like anything. Vulnerable sounds kind of useful as well because it buffs all of your other skills, but later you probably have a better source. Yeah, I'm kind of confused about Infernal Breath. What are they trying to do here? Transforming you into demon form. Grant 1 second of volatility per hit. Okay, so I guess this... Yeah, volatility is relatively good. I think volatility is like 50% damage. Where do we have it? Randomly empowers Hellfire skills that deal 50% increased damage on the next cast. Yeah, so getting Empower somehow is definitely good. And I guess this is like a relatively good way to do it. But I think this will just not work with Nether Step. You probably have to put the Fallen guys on the bar, so like this here. I would do this. And then Inferno Fragment. At least like once you have a bit of cooldown. Maybe even before you get cooldown. Maybe this is just better, basically. Like if you're like in a dungeon, you know when the boss is coming up roughly. He's gonna wait towards the end and not press your ult. And everything else you can do anyway. There might be like other things you could do here. Maybe you could even just spawn fragments. And get a lot of the like free casts basically. When 50 of the lesser demons die. And you could even try at some point to maybe not worry about these falling guys anymore at all. And then instead put something like the jump here on the bar. So you can actually go faster. And you can make it free basically. Actually, it doesn't work. It's a great demon skill. Yeah, it does work actually. So you can get free jumps basically. And you can go relatively fast. So this is probably something you want to do later on, like that. But yeah. Yo, Vise, hello. I'm gonna play TLI, yeah. We'll be able to generate enough wrath for claws without a basic skill. I mean dread claws? Yeah, I think like for any kind of like core skill, spam skill, you do what I just explained, which is you have the fallen lunatics and not the fallen grunts. Like you have to cast them 3 times per 20 seconds. You know, it's like really low upkeep. And you have 3 guys that just like give you giga regen. I wonder if I use them here at some point. I think I do. But they're like really strong for resource early on. Let's see, it's 44 minutes. I have like the lunatics. Do I have the other guys? No. Yeah, right at the end, I have it at 203. Let's see. Okay, okay, watch my resources, right? I'm just spamming direct claws. It just like jumps, right? You can see this again. Look at this. There's just like fallen grunts hitting passively. It just like goes up like 30. It's kind of insane. And this is like when stuff dies instantly, right? They like half the time not even hitting anything. Because they're just running. Hello, Semestoclass. What is that? This is Diablo 4. What is the highest level I was able to play in my opinion? You think this game will be good? We played in normal difficulty at level 40. We were not able to change it actually. We weren't able to level. Okay, Hex build from the lava. So let's see what we got here. Prison. Okay, this is a Volak. Sigil Subversion. Terror Swarm, Doom. Oh boy. So what are we trying to do exactly? So I see Abyss Hell Fracture, so it seems like a Hell Fracture build, right? And Doom is just kind of there, I guess. Dark Prison. Oh boy. Now there is actually one thing here that I forgot to mention earlier, which is this effect. So this allows you to keep enemies alive without killing them on purpose. It says non-elite enemies within the prison cannot die while it's active. So if you have like bosses that have ads, you can put down Dark Prison, and then you can benefit from having many targets that you proc any kinds of stuff on, right? Like the Apocalypse Doom Bomb, there was like Vanguard Shard that procs the AoE. Like you can just keep hitting them over and over until forever, I guess. I don't think it actually times out necessarily. So if you have enough cooldown, you can maybe just keep them up if you have any sort of targets. Ahu Quarks triggers, yeah, exactly. So that is actually a really strong effect. But the thing is, if you have a boss that has no ads, you're kind of fucked, right? Because the more you lean into this, the bigger the gap gets, right? Between an actual single target boss and something that has ads. So I guess we'll see. Actually, you can't keep it up forever. It says recast or collapse. So it's gonna be a maximum of 8 seconds. Is there any duration increase? We can, no. Okay, so it's 8 seconds. But still, there's some ads, you pull them in, you press the prison, and you go, right? And in some cases, it might just be enough, like for blasting down the boss or something. And bring the Dirk unique. Yeah. It's good fortify. Yeah, that is true as well. Okay, got subversion, teleport enemies. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure how the teleport works. And we have Terror Swarm. And it grows. And it bites more. And it also pulls. You like pulling. Okay. Yeah, the main thing I don't like about this whole build is this here with Doom. I think, like, you already get Hex from Sigil. What the fuck do we do with Doom? Doom just seems like kind of a worthless generator. I think there's like this Doom build, maybe, like where you actually expand Doom and that's it. Here, Card of Malefic Torment, so this one. So Doom might be a build with this, basically. But besides that, I don't think you want to press that like ever. Generates 1 Wrath every 2 seconds for each hexed enemy. But I think this has to be hexed by Doom. So when you use the Sigil, that probably doesn't work. And then I feel like at that point, like, is it really worth it? Don't you just run the Fallen Grunts again? Whenever you kill a hexed enemy, Doom spreads the hex to another target. I guess it will depend on like how this mechanic works, yeah. So if the hex from this works when you just have Doom on the bar and you get all these effects, then I would say this is probably worth it, yeah. But I don't trust it. I think you have to cast it, and then that hex will spread, and then that hex will give you Wrath. But I guess you'll see. You're hoping on some shenanigans. It does that actually here. When you kill a hexed enemy, it spreads to another target and deals 30% damage to them. And then you have this here, right? Dooms enemies below a threshold, maintaining the hex, leading the ocean. Yeah, but the problem is like it spreads, but they're not below that threshold, I guess. But yeah, the idea is good, I think. And I think in general, Abyss stuff has relatively good synergies. From what we see, the fact that you probably want to drop the Terror Demon, to be honest, and then eventually go Metamorphosis. I think once you have enough cooldown and stuff, you're probably going to go Terror Demon here. And just drop this part. And then you just like spam the Abyss Fracture, basically. Yeah, that stuff is basically a cheat death skill. Well, it gives you 100% damage reduction that decays alongside the movement bonus. And the movement bonus, I think, decays instantly. So you get 100% increased movement speed, which decays over 2 seconds. With this, over 3 seconds. So basically, you start at 100% DR, and then after 1 second, you have 66 DR. After 2 seconds, you have 33 DR. There's also immune. Yeah, there's this, yeah. But this is like blood mist kind of from Necro. Like you can't do anything. Even 0.5 second, 100% DR can be timed with a little practice. Yeah, I mean, you probably don't have to be super precise about it, right? Like it decays really fast, but even if you have like a 50 DR or 60 DR or 70 DR, right, this is like super crazy. Like we don't really have such big DR effects. I'm gonna do a Best of Hater conclusion podcast before there's a lot of hater drops. Haven't done a podcast in a while. But I think the podcast will be more about the future and less about the past in that case. Can we have a little review of the Warlock Unix? Sure. So we get free with full tooltips. So this one is extremely good, I think. Spine of Tathamet, Health Fracture. Health Fracture is one of the core skills. This has ridiculous power in the effect. Just a multi and then also the triple fracture every third cast. So this is basically another ×2, I guess. Depends on like how the triple fracture works exactly, like the pattern and stuff. But let's say they all overlap, this could be potentially another ×2 on top of the like ×2 it already has. But even if the pattern is bad, this is a pretty strong item. Has skill ranks. Okay, Cabraxis. I think Wall of Agony is just trash in every way. I don't really expect much. So we'll see. But it does give up a pretty important defensive slot, which is Pants. Which is basically your only defensive slot on most builds. And Warlock seems like a class that really wants defensive on the Pants. And I mean, technically Wall of Agony is a defensive skill. But now it is more damage. And it doesn't really do anything. So, you know, if I imagine this versus Temerity, I'm gonna take Temerity any day. And then we have Second Seal. Yeah, Sigil of Summons, huh? I mean, it's like for some sort of like Swarmer build, but the problem is that it doesn't buff the other demons you have. So I don't really trust it. The stat line is very good. But I don't think that Sigil of Summons itself will really be like a big carry or something like that. So you can summon like the Succubi. And then you can do some funny stuff, which is something I thought about, which is you do Succubi and they inflict enemies to take 180 weapon damage when they try to attack. Yeah, and then you have this Tortured Wretch thing where you can make an enemy taunt and then they take damage when they get hit. And you can do some funny stuff like that, I guess. And then here, when enemies attack the Tortured Wretch, they are enraged, gaining 100% attack speed and taking 25 weapon damage. So I was thinking about some sort of like retaliation build, right? Where you target the elite in the pack, it becomes the taunt target, everything attacks the elite, everything that hits it becomes enraged and gets attack speed and takes damage. And then you have this thing here. So this is kind of the build that I imagine for this. But the problem is it's kind of like a funny gimmick, but there's no single target. It can't do any boss damage. Like you can't do anything really, and it's gonna be kind of shit. So I think if I can seal is kind of whatever. This is very good. The other two are. This is like a question mark, and this just seems shit. And then we have. What else? Then we have Anathema of the Primes. So this is the first one here. This seems extremely good. I think this will go into every single core build. Just for the fact that you can spend Wrath on Rampage. And this means you can jump and you're going to be mobile. So that alone is going to make Anathema extremely good, regardless of whatever damage this does. Then you have Cage of Madness. This is like meme, but maybe it's going to be a good enough build. It's like Witch Doctor Chicken build from D3. Then you have Litany of Sable. Dragclaws I expect to be a very good core skill with various formats. And this seems to be kind of like the spine of Taphamet, but for Dragclaws. So that seems nice. Call of Malefic Torments. Yeah, I don't trust Doom that it will do enough damage. And even if it does, you still have the problem that you have to get to this threshold of life for the effect to actually start working. So I don't trust this very much. We have Lurid Pact. Rampage I expect to be actually pretty good, thanks to Eviscerate. And we can even like throw in demons to you know, to get like more damage out of this and stuff. And this kind of goes with like how the build will be played, because you'll probably play with the Legion Shard and you have Agrom, and Agrom like shits out more demons all the time, and it kind of builds into this, yeah. So depending on what this thing says, I think this is going to be pretty good for a Rampage focused or like Eviscerates focused build. We have Seal of the Ophanim, Profane Sentinel, deals increased damage and summons an additional eye. I don't really trust Profane Sentinel right now. This is the totem thing, basically. It has an eye that follows you, which may or may not hit anything at all. So we'll see what the targeting is like on this thing. But I don't trust it. You have the Eightfold Idol. Blazing Scream leaves Sigil of Subversion, Shadow, or Lava Trails behind, and Sigil of Subversion deals increased damage. So that's kind of interesting because you have like a pretty clear connection between two skills here. Blazing Scream is the core, and there is Sigil of Subversion, especially the Lava Trails, that have a lot of damage. They have 358% weapon damage baseline, which is extremely high. So I imagine that this is going to be a build where we just shoot Blazing Screams all over the place. And if those things properly stack, like all the trails stack here, I get 350. And it's a Hellfire skill, you can get Hellfire synergies and all that kind of stuff. So I think this is potentially pretty OP, and this is just like how you play Blazing Scream, basically. In the endgame. Yeah, then we have Agroms for like double the demons. I don't expect that to be very useful unless you really want to have like a big army. We have Hellhound Sabatons. I don't like Abodian at all, to be honest. But maybe you can do some funny like Crusader style horse around build or something. But it seems clunky. And then there's Victors of Terror, where Tassaroth is like the Abyss Demon. It becomes an ultimate skill, lasts longer, and execute. I mean, this is kind of interesting. I think there's some real potential here to make a build out of this. With like a lot of cooldown reduction and like kind of spamming the guy everywhere. If you can like overlap it. The question is, can you overlap it, right? It might be very well that on a Spiritborn, like when you have Devourer, you can only have one Devourer out. And I would be very surprised if you can actually have multiple zones for this guy. And if it's like limited by that, then it's not gonna be great, I think. Does Warlock have any mobility skills? Yeah, there's two mobility skills. One is Nether Step, which is like a slow teleport, which can be converted into a permanent portal that you can use multiple times. Kind of like the Warlocks in WoW. Or a like Blood Mist style effect. And then there is the Rampage, like Leap. It's basically like Leap from Barb. Bombardment needs a unique, like a Spine of Taphomet. Yeah, I think Bombardment needs like something huge. And there's probably a unique for every core skill, I imagine, or something like that. I mean, okay, what does Paladin have? Paladin has one for Zeal, the Red Summon. It has one for Blessed Hammer. It has one for Blessed Shield. It has one for Diamond Lance. Yeah, I think basically all the core skills have a unique, right? It has one for Shield Bash. It has another one that is kind of for Shield Bash. I think it should make more Maxwell content in general. We have like 80 endgame builds. How many builds do you want? I mean YouTube. Okay. Maybe. Okay, what do you have here from Danger? Metamorphosis, Health Fracture, Sigil, Nether Step, Prison, Tyrants. Okay. So Tyrants is like a little bit the like odd one here, I guess. I guess you can just pull stuff into your fractures and stuff, right? But I feel like fractures already covers like the entire screen. I don't think you really care about pulling anything. Okay, we got the aura of fire, actually. Okay. Yeah, I mean, sure. Actually, just carry it with you. 100% damage ER. To be honest, I don't like the portal. This is relatively clunky, I think. I think I might be better off just like going for the jump here instead of this tyrants. And we have no generator. Lava fissures reduces the cost. Explodes 1 additional time. Okay, that seems good. Uh-oh. Someone really doesn't want to live? Okay. And it instantly explodes your lesser demons. What do we do with this? This seems kind of like mutually exclusive here. Like, you have this here to sacrifice your life to get all the kills, but then you have this here to trigger kills. So like, it's one or the other, but not both. So you just want to carry this around, I guess. So you carry this around, you carry this around. So you're kind of doing the death ball stuff, but it's more like supportive here, I guess. To get a Fortify, weaken, and stuff. And what do we have here? We have Inferno Fragment, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I see this to be, but this is like a pretty good combo, I think. You have a really good AoE. I think your mobility is weak, especially with the portal. And the Tyrant's Grasp seems relatively pointless. Like, yeah, it's nice to pull them in, but I don't think you care enough. Free kills can help with triggering the remorseless aspect. Wait, which one is that? I have too many things open, man. Holy. Can these 30 enemies within 10 seconds increase your damage? Okay. So 30 per second. But I don't think that this will actually apply here. Like, if you're looking at this sigil, right? It says it sacrifices 4% to instantly trigger the kill cost. For this skill specifically, this doesn't count as killing enemies. This may do it, actually. Volatility and power cast when counters triggering 3 kills. So if that works like globally, that will be pretty good. And not just that, but they could potentially also do stuff like the no, you can't actually. When 50 of the lesser demons die, this is not the same. So yeah, I was thinking of maybe you can actually combine this with the Legion Shard. Tyrant also resets the demon form. No, demon form is a toggle basically, yeah. It has a 5 seconds cooldown and you just stay in it forever basically. And when you go out, it goes on a 5 second cooldown. The only exception here is the Terror Demon, which is duration and with a 30 seconds cooldown. But the others last forever. Yeah, so the Tyrant's Grasp here is like kind of pointless. Yeah, and Leap seems definitely like a good option then. And you have a bit of mobility. Actually, I have like double mobility then, right? So Nether Step and Leap without extra synergies is already gonna be a relatively decent mobility, I think. So Resource cost reduction works for dominance? I don't think so. Do we have a new skill here for base classes? No. Tyrant felt alright with Vanguard chart. Yeah, I mean, if you attack, you mostly wanna attack with this, right? Like with the health fracture, you're gonna have like the health fracture item and so on. So yeah, this is kind of nice to pull stuff in, but I don't think you care about putting stuff in. Like, look at the coverage of this health fracture, right? If you like, look at the start here, I use health fracture a little bit. It does cover a lot really fast because it has like this multicast thing here. And now imagine there's a bit more attack speed, right? I don't think you care that much about putting stuff to you, especially when you have like 2 mobility skills. I think you're just gonna spam your attacks basically. Kind of undecided on the main chart. I think a lot of Hellfire builds actually want to go for this Vanguard. Vanguard is really good for Hellfire stuff. As long as you figure out single target damage somehow. This is just like a really good fragment here, the Inferno. And I think most other builds probably want to go for this. Unless you lean deep into demons, and like especially greater demons for like the free casts of Legion. And Mastermind, I don't know. That's 100% increased damage, executes enemies, and enemies executed, cooldowns reduced. I mean, this might be like a really good early game tool here. Like we were talking about like using this guy as like an early game thing, but they only reduce the cooldown when it executes. Which means this guy has to hit when the enemy is like less than like 15% or something. Recast skills hex enemies on hits and increase the damage they take from your Abyss Demonology skills. So that's like relatively confined. And it's only 20%. So you can do something like the Fallen Grunts, which make them recast. And they just like automatically apply Hex to everything. And then Hex gives you like the extra crit chance and the extra 20% damage. And they are Demonology. And then you can do like Rampage Demonology guy. So I can do something here, I think. Okay. There's definitely something there. Meteor's construction may work, but I don't think so. In we don't really have like a precedent, I guess. I'm pretty sure that the idea of dominance is though that you can't really generate it, and you have like a kind of like a limited output with it. Yeah, I was answering it earlier. I came in, and we were only able to play on normal, so we didn't really see any Tomans. He made something about his mastermind. Let's see it. Ah, it's exactly this one. Okay, let's see. Doom, Dreadclaws. Okay. Sigil. So I guess you want to use only the demon from the shard, right? And Profane Sentinel. Okay, so here we go. Deals 25% more damage every second. Rampage. So you have 12 points in Rampage, but he didn't take any side upgrades. That's kind of strange. So I guess you're probably meant to take Abyssal Titan here. Yeah, the thing is, I feel like you want to do one or the other, right? It's either this or this. And I kind of feel like the Abyssal Titan is like more flexible because you cast this guy into the pack and then you start casting your Dreadclaws, right? And you get the double. But then you're basically playing a Dreadclaws build, and this is just like a support. Where here, okay, you can put a totem down and let it shoot. Yeah, it's kind of, the problem is it's kind of like all over the place, I feel. But you do have a built-in 30% extra damage and movement speed per stack. So it's not that bad, even if the fragment doesn't apply to like your core skill. But there's weaken and execute, which is not such a bad thing, to be honest. We cast Hex on hit. Yeah, okay. If you really want to Hex, you can do this. And if you don't care about Hex, I guess it is kind of nice because we wouldn't actually need Sigil Subversion. I feel like the main reason to use Sigil Subversion is actually to get the Hex. And you get it this way. But they have to get stealth somehow, right? Yeah, I kind of feel like one of these two guys has to go. Synthesis is 68% resource cost reduction, so Dream is still alive. Yeah, it may work. Where is it? Here. Casting Hellfire skills grants occult skills cooldown. Casting Abyss skills grants occult skills. Resource cost. But there is not much occult. Occult is like some sigils. What else do we have? Yeah, Apocalypse, Sigil, not even this one. Nether Step, Dark Prison, and then those. So there's not even a demon here. It's not even anything that costs dominance. Yeah, Dark Prison. $28 is a release. No Rampage, that is wrong. Okay. Profane is a trap. Yeah, I'm not really convinced of Profane Sentinel. Like, it sounds really good. 25% more damage every second. But the thing is, like, you know, how many fights do you really have where you don't just kill them in like a few seconds, right? Like, how much is this really gonna ramp on anything? And if it is ramping at all, you're not playing on the right difficulty, right? So that's kind of like how I see it. That will probably be preload, yeah. Let's not forget Command Warlock gives you a bar, on bar gives you more overpower stacks. Yeah, but how do you use the overpowers, right? Like how do you get them? How do you use them? Like Warlock alone will probably not sustain your overpower, I think. Actually, let's see. Maybe it does. Dominance costs 20. Overfill your overpower by 2. So you actually have 10 overpower when you press it. Okay, so actually you will have overpower at all times. At least some. Someone tell Rift that adding points in the other stuff does literally nothing. Who says it's gonna do anything when the game is out? Okay, what do we have here from Jolard? Okay, this was like the chains autocasting. Yeah, I don't believe this will work. I think I would be very surprised. Okay, so you have a Ladish, Mastermind Shard, Extended, Profane Sentinel. Wait, so what are we doing here? So you took the... Ah, this is not the extend, sorry, I got confused here. The extend is another shard, okay, so you just gain a lot of dominance, which means you summon a bunch. You can now summon multiple, but I can no longer redirect their gaze. Terror Demon. Nether Step. Okay, we have the Fallen Dudes. Okay, so you're trying to do a bunch of totems and then spam Drag Claws. Yeah, that's the thing, like, you know, I don't think you really will do a lot of damage with these guys. Like if you are going all in on Drag Laws and you have like the item for it and everything, I don't know, I don't really believe in multi-skill scaling right now. It could be a thing. So you would have to run this basically. And this. And then I feel like every time you give up like an entire slot to gain nothing on the other skill, it's just not gonna work out. But yeah, we'll see, I guess. Me and Rifter had to command soul shard skills. Yeah, I'll tell him to do that. Because it's kind of stupid that we can't like hit the last skill there. And you're assuming going through the portal function resets your movement speed and DR. It might do that actually. Yeah, if you're just gonna go back and forth on the portal, then you have like giga defense, right? So this will be OP for sure. And giga shadow form stacks. Is there any video of someone using summon Abodian? I have this somewhere, I believe. So I think right at the start somewhere. I only used it very briefly though, because I didn't really like it. Here it is. So there's like the jump, when you jump off, it like turns around and jumps back into the pack. And that's like a cleave. Oh. Yeah, it's like very brief. Maybe I used it on the other guy. Because I was on a little 15 guy there. And was that something? No, this is Warlock. Ah, here. Even more so with max life scaler, that's ridiculous. Yeah, it's definitely ridiculous. Like, you already want to stack life anyway, just to survive. It's like the only real defensive layer that the class seems to have, outside of like never stepping. Maybe Stardust works with dominance builds, spending a prime resource reduces resource cost of your skills. Yeah, it could be. I guess you'll see. Where's my max life scaler on Druid? Which footage is this? This is me playing back in January. Okay, Diablo has Abyss, Health, Fracture, Mastermind built for speed. Holy. Okay, with the Unfathomable Fragment. Interesting. So where's the speed? 2 charges. Brings all of your Abyss summons with you. Okay. Yeah, this extend thing is kind of interesting, actually. So this should also work, for example, for the Profane Sentinels. So you can summon a bunch and then another step around, make them last longer, basically. With enough cooldown, you can kind of just like keep them almost up permanently as well, just from never stepping. You can also do this with Rampage. So you can kind of just like keep never stepping and keep this guy alive. Okay. Lose no stacks while moving. I feel like if you already had the Sigil of Subversion, like why do we care so much about this demon? You can go Ritualist Shard and Abyssal, and then you have the 100% damage Echo. But I guess there's more speed and stuff that's execute weaken. It's not terrible, I guess. No ult. Yeah, I think no ult is not a thing, to be honest. Especially for Abyss builds. I think Terror Demon is just gonna be on every single Abyss build. Like the life scaling and the rank sharing. You don't even have to take like one of these side upgrades here. You just like skip that. Just those things are already really good. And you give up one skill slot. You could even give up the demon itself. Just don't run a demon. Yeah, you probably don't even need much CDR. I mean, it already has 50% uptime just from the start. Casting raises can increase the damage of the next health fracture, but also increase the cost up to 4 times. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think you want to do that. But what do you have here? You definitely want to go for the +1 additional explosion, I think. Like, this seems like a no-brainer here. Like, you don't want to cast the basic skill that much, especially with the grunts. They already produce so much regen. You will barely have to press them. And then you have volatility, which we don't really care about since this is an Abyss skill. I think volatility is only for Hellfire. Yeah. Hand sanitizer is investing all his life savings into a brimstone coin. Flicker Step would remove the CD on Metamorph. Yeah, if you have Flicker Step, you should be able to reduce the cooldown. Yeah, I wonder if there's a cap on the Profane Sentinels. There's probably some cap, but I don't think you can get like an infinite amount of Profane Sentinels. They can probably get a bunch and just let them shoot. And it's like somewhat play like a totem build. You don't really have anything like a totem build in this game, right? So I think people will be kind of excited to try something like this. But definitely is like not as simple as in PoE where you just like press the button and you're chilling. This is more like playing with Bell on the Monk in PoE 2 or something. Hydras. Yeah, I guess Hydras get kind of close. But they don't feel like totems. Nether Step of Demons teleporting with you. I think I have this somewhere here. Let me check. Let's see. Yeah, Flicker Step on Druid to reset Grizzly Rage. You usually only need 1 to 2. Doing 10 on a boss to reset Upper ain't it. Yo, you're trying to learn the route to last Epoch level 100. It's corruption 300, get enrage mods, 40% XP, and never complete a node. Yeah, there's like some strategy where you can do that, but I mean, this is completely stupid. You should just keep playing and, you know, you farm while you get level to 100. But yeah, like around 300 corruption is like where you have like relatively efficient XP gains. And then you kind of just go all in on speed and and blast, basically. Okay, let's see here, actually, if I do this, like, nether step stuff. Okay, you can actually see it here. So I do the nether step here, and look at the bar for my rampage guy, right? So he appears here, and the bar gets longer. And here as well, like it just comes with you on another step. It doesn't work for Lalish though. Like the zone is still there wherever you started casting it, which is a bit sad actually. Right here, it would be nice if I can just cast this guy, and he does his thing, and then another step into the next pack. But only the Rampage guy comes with me. If the only goal is 100, you would just stick to the node. I think you can get double enrage if you want to do this. I can probably try to find 2 nodes that have enrage, and then have one completed and select for the next one, and then the other one you just never finish, yeah. If you can get somehow Sigil of Summoning for an item, that it also increases the duration of summons. Let me check that again, actually, yeah. Active cooldown is reduced by 3 seconds when the great demons die? No. And it extends the duration of your summons. So I can do that. I mean, you can probably just do this, and then like put your Profane Sentinels in there, right? You just put down the sigil and then start spamming the Sentinels, and it just like stay there, basically. Yo, Baconator. Articles of Faith always fall. If you're running Quack's Rune, try to remove it. Starter Skies helps a little bit. Then you can do the Lucky Hit, chance to restore resources, Temper on the ring. You can use Rally. Depends on like which setup you're playing exactly, to be honest. Yes, Snooze. Hey, Vienna boy. When does the water come out? It's in 16 days. Ugh, that was very little time, man. Holy. Actually, guys, I think I have to skip PoE for today. Because I started kind of late and we're just kind of chilling now for 5 hours here. So I think I'm gonna do this tomorrow. Yo, bro. You're arriving late. Did he boots in his test in Blizzard? Yeah, I don't remember. Maybe I look at my boots at some point. But I mean, these screenshots are taken from this test, right? So I think there are just no implicits, actually. Great job, chefs. Yeah, I mean, it was fun. And kind of just like, you know, getting back into the Warlock Theory craft now. And then I will start putting planners together at some point and so on, so we'll see. Anyway, guys, hope you enjoyed it. I'll be back tomorrow. I know to raid actually. Can raid Gymnasium in 22. How about that? Alright, have a good one, guys. Let's head on after gym. It's 2 more weeks of Blizzard to buff Brimstone. Let's go. Anyway, see you guys.